Chapter 1431. Who are you? The war god Jiliang's eyes flashed with coldness as he stared at the monstrous demonic aura in the eastern sky. I am the ancestor of all demons, thunder rumbled in the sky as the wind billowed in the sky. An incomparably shocking might shook the sky. Under the shocked gazes of the various major powers and sects on the sacred battle platform, a black mass of terrifying demonic beasts blotted out the skies, akin to a primordial tsunami. What a powerful demonic aura! Everyone had a solemn look on their faces. Hua! The terrifying aura pressed down on the sky above the sacred battle platform. The densely packed demonic beasts were like a group of ancient demons. There were dark lizard dragons with bone wings on their backs. There were also colorful giant spiders that climbed over mountains. There were also strange beasts with a human body and a leopard head. The huge demonic aura was incomparably spectacular, and the leader of these demonic beasts was actually a human. His appearance was not outstanding, but his young face exuded a supreme domineering aura. At the same time, his body was also emitting a shocking, majestic, demonic aura. Those who dare to hurt my brother die. The entire crowd trembled, and everyone was shocked. Who was this person? Was he a human or a demon? Who was the brother he was talking about? The sudden appearance of the demonic beast army not only surprised the people of the war god palace, but also the disciples of the martial sect. What was going on? Whose enemy was it? Whose friend was it? Brother Mufeng? At this moment, Yi Yao's uncertain voice rang in everyone's ears. Not far away, Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, Wu Yan, Zhao Qingyi, and the others immediately looked at each other in astonishment. At the same time, the human man who exuded a monstrous demonic aura turned his gaze towards Chu Hen, who was fighting with Mang Yuantu in the void. Brother, it seems like I came at the right time. Ha ha ha. Chu Hen laughed. He then knocked away the destiny sword in Mang Yuantu's hand and replied loudly, Brother, long time no see. How have you been? Hearing this, everyone in the room couldn't help but narrow their eyes, although everyone already had an answer in their hearts. However, he was still shocked. Long time no see. I'm definitely sick, but I'm stronger now. After saying that, Mufeng condensed his power in his palm. Whoosh! With an impassioned hum, the pagoda-shaped Buddha demonic sword that had sunk into the platform flew back into Mufeng's hand. Then, the demon's sword burned with a thick, gray demonic flame. Mufeng pointed his sword at War Priest Jiliang. You seem to be very arrogant. Jiliang's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, Where did you come from? Things. Listen up. I am the newly ascended emperor of the demon region, Mufeng. War Priest Jiliang had a look of disdain on his face when he heard this name that he had never heard of before. As for the title of emperor of the demon region, he felt that it was nonsense. He didn't take this guy, who was full of nonsense, seriously at all. This is a grudge between the war god palace and the martial sect. You people from the demon region better not meddle in other people's business. Huh. A disdainful smile appeared on Mufeng's face. Then he said to the human man with small eyes beside him, Howsy are we meddling in other people's business? Hee. Tell him that this is not other people's business. This is our family matter. Did you hear that, tentacle monster? This is my family matter. Open your F** king dog eyes and look carefully. That's my most important brother. The phrase, the most important brother, directly declared everything to everyone. The moment he finished speaking, Mufeng dragged the pagoda devil sword with both hands and set off a terrifying sword force that swept towards War Priest Jiliang like a raging wave. The shocking sword wave was like a powerful tsunami that swept out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and the space to distort. Jiliang's eyes revealed a fierce glint that was suffused with a trace of hostility. He raised both of his palms, and complicated ancient runes flashed in his hands. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, the two enormous dark tentacles that had destroyed the ice pillar fortress swung towards the sky once again. One on the left and one on the right, they fiercely smashed towards Mufong. Facing the tentacles that emitted a fierce and destructive force, Mufong did not have the slightest intention of stopping. He directly swung the pagoda devil's sword and slashed it heavily. Bang! An incomparably loud and heavy sound suddenly erupted in the void. The sky shook, and a terrifying shockwave that was comparable to a storm immediately swept out. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the biting cold sword force pierced through the sky, and the dark tentacles exploded one after another. Bang, bang, bang! The tentacles that were completely cut off by the huge force fell from the sky, smashing through the high, firmament battle platform and the mountains and forests. Ji Liang's expression changed slightly. He was a little surprised by the strength of the other party. At the same time, Haozi, who was standing in the void, raised his hand. He shouted to the monstrous, demonic beast army behind him, "Assist the martial sect to defend against the remnants of the god of War Palace." Woo! Roar! The demonic beasts all obeyed the order and exploded with earth-shattering roars. Following that, Haozi also bore the brunt of the attack. He bent down and led the thousands of demonic beasts into the sacred battle platform. In an instant, the terrifying ferocious might was like a gigantic desolation that had broken through a dam. The dark shadow of the ferocious beasts quickly pressed down. The eyes of the people from the god of War Palace rapidly reflected the malevolent faces. Boom! Bang! Rocks collapsed and the battle platform exploded. Waves of ferocious force continuously exploded on the platform. Shrill and panicked screams rang out incessantly. Streams of blood danced in the air as broken limbs were thrown into the air. Smoke began to fill the sky, and the terrifying aura of destruction and slaughter enveloped the surroundings. A chaotic battle began. The teams from the various sects all retreated far away to avoid being affected. Bang! A terrifying black scaled salamander swooped down and pressed an expert from the god of War Palace under its sharp claws with the strength of a meteorite. Following that, it bit down with its sharp teeth and directly tore the opponent's head away from his neck. Fresh blood splattered at the feet of Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, and the rest. The people from the martial sect who had yet to fully react felt that it was a little unreal. "Little Yao, are you guys all right?" At this moment, a gentle voice entered their ears. Yi Yao's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly called out, "Brother Haozi." Haozi smiled and nodded. "I'm sorry we are late. The demon region has already received the sacred battle's enlistment notice late. The moment Mufong and I arrived here, we have been looking for you guys." Yi Yao hurriedly shook her head. "You're not late. I didn't expect you guys to appear. All right, let's solve the problem at hand first. We'll talk after that." "Okay." Yi Yao nodded her head and followed Haozi into the battle. Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, Wu Yan, and the rest looked at each other and nodded. Kill! Charge! The invasion of the demonic beast army caused the battle lines on the sacred battle platform to be stretched out. The martial sect's disadvantage was immediately under control, and with the participation of so many demonic beasts, the one-sided massacre was reversed. However, the scene of the battle was even more bloody and cruel. "Since you guys are seeking death, then don't blame us." The war priest Jiliang's eyes surged with a fierce and vicious aura. He turned to the side and said to Star Disparity, War God Qi Qianling, "Slaughter these evil beasts. Don't leave a single one alive." "Humph." Qi Qianling laughed coldly. "Got it." Then Qi Qianling flew into the sky above the battlefield. She clasped her hands in front of her, and a wave of extremely restless spatial power pulsed. A luxurious and gorgeous light shone from her palms. Buzz! The void twisted violently, and a majestic golden pillar of light swept up endless penetrative divine power and shot down. Bang! Boom! There was a series of muffled explosions, and a mist of blood flew everywhere. The terrifying pillar of light pierced through the bodies of several huge, vicious beasts. Woo! Amidst the low howls, several huge beasts fell one after another, and warm blood quickly flowed from the platform. Damn it! The expressions of the martial sect members turned cold. At this time, no one could control Qi Qianling. In such a chaotic battle, a figure on the honor list could often affect the entire situation. Although they had the support of the demonic beast army, the situation on the martial sect side was still not optimistic. After all, the War God Palace was not an ordinary first-rate sect. They were the overlord of the Central Plains. Every disciple of the War God Palace could be called the elite of the elite. It was not an exaggeration to say that the strength of most of the disciples of the War God Palace was infinitely close to the top monstrous geniuses on the honor list. There were even some who had reached that level. However, because the list had not been updated, no one knew about it. The martial sect is probably going to die, someone outside the arena said. Yes, I can see that the War God Palace is really too strong. Even under such a fierce attack, their formation is not chaotic at all. Moreover, no one can control War God Xing Shu. The appearance of the remnants of the demonic beasts has only slowed down the time of the martial sect's demise. At this time, they will only be able to survive unless another powerful force arrives. Rumble. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a flash of spiritual light in the sky where the storm had gathered. Countless luxurious and gorgeous spiritual lights tore through the sky and sprinkled on the sacred war platform. Everyone in the room was shocked. It's another terrifying demonic aura. The sky changed color, and the storm raged in all directions. Amidst the dazzling golden light, one after another, fairy-like figures flew out of it. Chapter 1432. How can the ancestral butterfly clan miss out on the holy war? Her cold voice reverberated in the air and filled the hearts of everyone present. Buzz, an endless, dazzling light, swept across the sky. Along with the golden storm that was wreaking havoc in all directions, many nimble and beautiful figures that looked like forest fairies appeared in the sky. Everyone present was shocked. Under the dazzling, gentle light, almost 100 young men and women appeared before everyone's eyes. All of them were handsome and beautiful with outstanding bearings. The most shocking thing was that each of them had a pair of light and nimble butterfly wings on their backs. Even the ancestral butterfly clan is here. Feeling the incomparably powerful and monstrous demonic qi, the expressions of the people who were already trembling changed again and again. Wait a minute. Six-winged ancestral butterfly. What? When the crowd saw the young girl at the front of the group, everyone's eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. Six-winged is the monarch-level ancestral butterfly's bloodline. Didn't they say that there hasn't been a six-winged ancestral butterfly clan for thousands of years? Oh my God! When everyone saw the six-winged young girl, they could not conceal their shock. At a glance, most of them had 4 wings, and a few of them had 2 wings. Her 6 wings were like the bright moon among the stars. They were dazzling and eye-catching. At the same time, everyone felt uneasy. They could vaguely feel that something big was about to happen. "Little, short-legged girl, you're finally willing to show up," Mu Feng said with a grin. Meanwhile, Chu Hen, Long Xuan, Yi Yao, and Haozi's eyes lit up. They were surprised and happy to see an old friend. Qiao Shaowan. She was their companion who had left the Eastern Victory State with them. Similarly, everyone saw another familiar figure next to the 6-winged Qiao Shaowan. He was the only human without butterfly wings. Han Yichuan. When Chu Hen sent Qiao Shaowan to the ancestral butterfly clan in the Kunchi mountain range, Han Yichuan did not leave. Instead, he stayed with the clan. Han Yichuan nodded slightly when he saw the many familiar gazes below. He revealed a faint smile of reunion after a long time. On the other hand, the people of the God of War Palace were feeling uneasy. The ancestral butterfly race. Star disparity. war god Qi Qianling narrowed her eyes. You also wish to meddle in the affairs of my war god palace? I can't be bothered to meddle in your business. The girl in the lead shook her cute head, but just as she was about to deny it, she immediately said, I'm here to help my lover. Lover? Everyone was startled. Shortly after, his mischievous gaze turned towards Chu Hen, who was on the other side of the void. Hua! Seeing this, Qi Qianling's expression immediately turned cold. On the other hand, Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li Wuyan, and the rest of the Wuzongs all had strange expressions on their faces. Everyone looked at Chu Hen with a strange expression. Earlier, it was a brother from the demon region. Now it was the lover of the ancestral butterfly race. If it was not for the fact that the current situation was too urgent and grim, everyone would have tried to persuade Chu Hen to accept their kneeling. I say, Short Legs, when did Chu Hen become your lover? Mu Feng waved his Buddha devil sword, and the terrifying sword ray directly slashed two God of War palaces, powerhouses down from the sky. You're the one with short legs. I'm the one with long legs now. Xiao Xiaowan retorted in dissatisfaction. Previously, when they were still together, Mu Feng often teased Xiao Xiaowan about her height. He joked that she was not even 5 meters tall and that she was underdeveloped. Currently, Xiao Xiaowan's figure was different from before. Her tall and slender figure and her fair and beautiful long legs attracted many people's attention. Humph! Where do you think this is? How dare you evil creatures act so arrogantly here? War god priest Ji Liang's killing intent surged. He set off a powerful storm that whistled toward Mu Feng. Mu Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he raised his Buddha devil sword to meet the attack. Watch how I break your legs. At this moment, Xiao Xiaowan also put away her playful expression. She said to the ancestral butterfly race clansmen behind her, Go down and help my friend. Yes, with that, the experts of the ancestral butterfly clan flapped their wings and flew into the sky. They were like a meteor shower that streaked across the sky, charging into the chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaowan unfurled her 6 wings and flapped them, stirring up a piercingly cold whirlwind. She headed straight for the star disparity war god Qi Qianling. Qi Qianling's eyes were cold. Meddlesome. Then Qi Qianling raised her hand and waved it. A beam of light flowed, and a jade scepter that was nearly a meter long appeared in her hand. The scepter was very beautiful and peculiar. There was even a red, crystal divine stone embedded at the top. She waved the scepter, and more than 10 beams of light burst out in a row. They shot toward Xiao Xiaowan like streaks of starlight that pierced through the sky. However, Xiao Xiaowan's face showed no fear. She flapped her 6 wings and burst forth with astonishing speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! She dodged the terrifying beams of light one after another. Like a shadow, she rapidly closed the distance between her and Qi Qianling. At the same time, the ancestral butterfly race's powerhouses charged into the chaotic battlefield below. Although there weren't many of them, every one of them was an expert with extraordinary cultivation. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that the ancestral butterfly race had an extremely strong affinity with nature. The place they lived in was like a paradise. It was common knowledge that creatures with strong nature affinity had extraordinary recovery abilities. While the ancestral butterfly race's powerhouses assisted the martial ancestor race and the monster army in resisting the war god palace's powerhouses, they constantly released a rich life aura. Faint green light patterns floated around the injured martial ancestor race disciples like specks of soft fireflies. A delightful scene appeared. Many heavily injured martial arts grandmaster sect disciples recovered at a speed that far exceeded their normal state. Without a doubt, this ability was absolutely terrifying. Take the undefeated war god Mang Yuantu, for example. With his sacred body of the untamed wilderness, he made people feel defeated and powerless. Although the ancestral butterfly race's healing abilities were far inferior to Mang Yuantu's sacred body, there was still a clear difference between the two. One could heal others, while the other could not be destroyed. One could heal others, while the other could not be destroyed. The fierce battle that erupted on the high sky platform continued to expand at an astonishing speed. With the addition of the ancestral butterfly race and the monster army, the martial ancestor race could finally heave a sigh of relief. What was even more unbelievable was that, apart from Mang Yuantu, Jiliang, Hilianqi, and Qi Qianling, the three great war gods, also had people who could contend against them. Unexpected. Absolutely unexpected. Before this, apart from the Grand Emperor Palace, no one believed that there was a second great force that could compete with the War God Palace. After Tang Bufan's defeat, the War God Palace directly announced their super powerful ruling ability on the Golden List. But who would have thought that the monster army and the ancestral butterfly race would appear halfway and push the martial ancestor race to the peak of the Holy War? The successive appearances of Long Xuanshuang Mufeng and Qiao Shaowan set off an unprecedented uproar. How terrifying! This little martial ancestor race. Many geniuses on the Golden List shook their heads. If the martial ancestor race can overcome today, the Central region will definitely change in the future. The four great war gods, Hilianqi, ranked 9th on the Golden List, and Qi Qianling, ranked 11th, were both 7th Order Saint King realm cultivators. The fourth priest, war god Jiliang, was an 8th Order Saint King realm cultivator. There was also the overlord of the Golden List, Mang Yuantu. Such a lineup was terrifying just thinking about it. Now, there was finally someone who could shake the position of these super monstrous geniuses. You want to overturn the heavens? You're dreaming. Suddenly, a wild and domineering thunderous aura erupted from one side of the holy battle platform. Everyone's hearts trembled. Lei Zhan, ranked 6th on the Golden List, was standing in front of the Thunder Saint Clan's team. His entire body was covered in thunder and lightning. There seemed to be silver arcs of light flashing in his eyes. His cold and sharp eyes swept across the chaotic battlefield in front of him. Thunder Saint Clan, listen up. Slaughter the remaining martial ancestor race. Kill. No one. Today, I hope everyone will be the god of gamblers during the new year. Chapter 1433. ThunderClan, heed my command. Slaughter the remaining Wuzong. Kill them without mercy. A thunderous, wild, and domineering momentum suddenly exploded in the entire arena. Everyone from the various sects and forces shuddered. Lei Zhen, the super genius ranked 6th on the leaderboard, had terrifying silver lightning coursing through his body like a dragon python. With the power of thunder, he was like a domineering, ancient spirit of thunder. Yes, in an instant, all the disciples of the Thunder Clan exploded forth. Rays of dazzling lightning bolts dragged the might of the 3,000 volts of lightning and invaded the chaotic battlefield. They used the sharp weapons in their hands to kill the martial arts sect, the ancestral Butterfly Clan, and the army of demonic beasts. The Thunder Sacred Clan has finally made their move. Everyone's eyes turned cold, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. No one was surprised that the Thunder Sacred Clan had made their move. After all, Lei Yuan had died at the hands of Chu Hen. Just based on this, the Thunder Sacred Clan would not just stand there and do nothing. Lei Zhen's decision to make his move at this time was enough to show his determination. No matter what, he would make the Wuzong stay on the sacred war platform forever. Kill. Die Wuzong brat. Those who offend the Thunder Sacred Clan must be killed. Streaks of dazzling thunderbolts, such as the dreadful divine light that pierced through the chaotic world, continuously bloomed above and below the platform with heavy and majestic sounds, one after another, resplendent heavenly light. Cold spears intertwined with violent lightning pierced through the bodies of the huge beasts. Blood rained down, and the beasts roared. Sharp blades of lightning pierced through the armor and flesh of the Wu Zong clan disciples. One by one, they fell into a pool of blood. Damn it. Qiu Xingyi's eyes were bloodshot. He leaped and faced the Thunder Sacred Clan. I didn't expect the Thunder Sacred Clan to be so despicable. After saying that, he raised the power of the 5 elements. The surging power of the 5 elements was like a howling wind and clouds, sending dozens of Thunder Sacred Clan experts flying. However, in the next moment, 5 or 6 figures with sharp auras rushed towards Qiu Xingyi. Sharp blades, cold spears, long swords, and other sharp weapons all slashed down. Qiu Xingyi's eyes narrowed. His left and right hands formed a strong force of true yuan. 5 elements shield. Buzz! The space around him trembled slightly, and a shimmering 5-colored light shield immediately appeared around him. Several sharp blades that were covered in the power of lightning struck the 5-element shield, causing holy light to burst out and air waves to stack up. Far from being despicable. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for following the wrong person. That person killed Lei Yuan. Today, I will definitely not let you off. The man holding a cold spear laughed mockingly. Get lost! Qiu Xingyi's palm energy shook, and a surging energy howled out, directly blasting everyone out. On the other hand, the others once again charged down with a strong killing intent. They did not intend to give the people of the martial sect any chance to catch their breath. The addition of the Thunder Sacred Clan had once again affected the direction of the situation. Wielding the power of thunder and lightning, they were definitely an invincible and sharp army. When they charged into the chaotic battle, they were like a halberd that pierced straight into the abdomen. In an instant, the martial sect's formation, which had just stabilized with great difficulty, was disrupted. At the same time, even Firmament Pavilion's Yangsu and Profound Sun Palaces, Hien couldn't help but look at each other. They both read the deep meaning in each other's eyes. Then, both of their faces revealed a cold smile at the same time. Firmament Pavilion's disciples, listen up. Slaughter the remaining people of the martial sect. Kill them all. Yes. Profound Sun Palace's disciples, listen up. Slaughter the remaining people of the martial sect. Kill them all. Yes. In an instant, the people of Firmament Pavilion and Profound Sun Palace also set off a majestic momentum. One after another, they released their strong killing intent and charged into the cruel and bloody battlefield. The surrounding people were all shocked. Even Firmament Pavilion and Profound Sun Palace had come in and interfered. This was a sign that the entire river was going to be muddled. When a wall is down, everyone gives it a push. Previously, there was a lot of fear towards Chu Hen, but now, all of them were ready to make a move. Firmament Pavilion and Profound Sun Palace are also starting to hit him when he's down. Yeah, Qin Shi and Lu Minghong both died in the hands of that surnamed Chu. Firmament Pavilion and Profound Sun Palace naturally want to take this opportunity to regain some face. Forget about regaining face. In my opinion, they just want to take this opportunity to curry favor with the god of War Palace and Thunder Saint Clan. There was no lack of wise people outside. They could see through the thoughts of the two great sects with a single glance. Part of the reason why Yangsu and Hien attacked the martial sect at this time was to avenge Qin Shi and Lu Minghong. At the same time, they also wanted to express their goodwill towards the god of War Palace and Thunder Saint Clan. If they could build a relationship with these two great forces, they would have a better foothold in the Midland in the future. After all, it was human nature to curry favor with those in power. Senior Sister Qin Yan, Senior Sister Huaxi, should we make a move? On Huanyu Palace's side, seeing that Firmament Pavilion and Profound Sun Palace had made a move, they couldn't help but have some thoughts. Qin Yan hesitated for a moment, but shook her head. It's none of our business. Hua, she let out a silvery laugh. She raised her head and looked at the young man who was fighting fiercely against Chi Yuan-tu in the air. Although he killed our people in the North River ice field, we should show him some respect today. On the Han Yun-sek side, looking at the profound Yang Palace and equal Firmament Pavilion charging into the battlefield, Izhou's eyes flashed with disdain and ridicule. Then Izhou turned to the Han Yun sect disciples behind him and said, "All of you stay where you are. No one is allowed to move." Everyone from the Han Yun sect was stunned. Even Ji Tao, who was ranked 13th on the ranking list, was stunned. He didn't wait for the crowd to ask why. All of a sudden, Izhou's silhouette flickered as he flew towards the sacred battle platform. All of a sudden, just as the teams from the Heavens Condensing Pavilion and Profound Yang Palace were about to cross the sacred war platform and enter the battlefield, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air. The platform beneath everyone's feet abruptly shattered into pieces. Following that, a sky-shattering black light screen forcibly sent them flying. Yang Su's and He Yan's expressions changed. Looking carefully in the air in front of him, there was a young man with a teasing look in his eyes. Zhou! The two of them shouted in unison. Zhou's lips curled into a playful smile. "Why don't the two of you play with me? The last time we fought was more than 10 years ago. It's been so long since we last met. Why don't we have a good fight?" "Humph!" Yang Su sneered disdainfully. "Zhou, do you know what you're doing is bringing disaster to your Han Yun sect? What do you mean by destroy the world?" "I don't understand what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. You're challenging the dignity of the god of War Palace and the Thunder Saint clan by stopping us now. I'm afraid you've really gone crazy this time." "Ha ha ha, what a joke." Zhou threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was mixed with mockery and disdain. "I say, since when can the two of you represent the god of War Palace and the Thunder Saint clan? Don't flatter yourself, okay? I just want to take your place on the honor list today. It's that simple. You're courting death." Yang Su was furious. He leaped up and directly rushed towards the other party. Vigorous true inner force gathered in Yang Su's palm. Thousands of light revolved and immediately turned into a piercingly cold, giant golden sword. He pushed the giant sword straight towards Zhou. Zhou raised his handsome brows slightly. Facing such a sharp attack, he didn't even have the intention to dodge. Zhou raised his palm, and a black shadow floated in his hand. In the next instant, with a low rumble, the giant sword stopped in midair. The blade of the sword was pressed against Zhou's palm, unable to move forward even an inch. "Wow, what a terrifying strength! My arm feels like it's going to break," Zhou said with an exaggerated expression. On the other hand, Yang Su's expression was extremely ugly. He only felt that the power he released was completely sucked in by an extremely astonishing suction force, making it hard for him to move. Below, He Yan of the Profound Yang Palace coldly glanced at the two of them. He had no intention of making a move. He directly led the people behind him towards the chaotic battlefield in the center of the sacred battle platform. However, He Yan had barely taken 2 steps when an afterimage flashed through the air. A black shadow actually flashed and appeared in front of him, blocking He Yan's path. Swish! The shadow directly threw out 2 sharp beams of light. While knocking He Yan back, it also let out the same sound as Zhou. "Don't leave either. I want to fight 1 against 2. Shadow flow technique. Looking at Zhou and the shadow in the air, the people outside the arena couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. He Yan's gaze darkened. He turned to the side and shouted to the Profound Yang Palace disciples behind him, "You guys go over Yang Su, and I will deal with this fool." The Profound Yang Palace and Heaven Condensing Pavilion disciples tacitly understood and directly bypassed the two of them, rushing towards the center of the sacred battle platform. However, in the next instant, The thousands of people from the profound Yang Palace and heaven-condensing pavilion all froze on the spot. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but be shocked. They saw that there was a thin black shadow connected to each person's feet. The strange shadow was like a formless vine that wrapped around each person, binding them to the spot. Don't leave either. I've decided I'm going to challenge all of you. Chapter 1434. Don't leave either. I've decided I'm going to challenge all of you. Thousands of strange shadows were like shapeless black vines, entangling all the profound Yang Palace and heaven-condensing pavilion disciples. An invisible force instantly bound them in place, rendering them unable to move. Move, I can't move. Damn it. How can this guy? Everyone frowned deeply, then clenched their teeth. The true inner force in their body rapidly circulated, trying to break free from this binding control. But at this moment, Yi Zhou, who was standing proudly in the air in front of Yang Su, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. His arm that was blocking the golden blade in Yang Su's palm suddenly released a terrifying hidden force, like the undercurrent of the deep sea. Crack! In the next moment, the golden blade that was blocking between the two suddenly distorted and shrank. Like a folded piece of iron, it shrank inch by inch and bent rapidly. What? Yang Su's expression changed greatly, looking at the golden blade in his hand with a look of disbelief. Sorry, my hand strength was a bit too strong. Yi Zhou smiled playfully. With a crushing force, he compressed the golden blade into an extremely irregular ball, and then instantly approached Yang Su. The latter was greatly shocked, hurriedly abandoning his sword and retreating. Yi Zhou smiled maliciously. Brother Yang, you don't want your sword anymore? After he finished speaking, he pushed his palm forward, and the huge golden sword that had been folded into a sphere directly swept out and flew towards Yang Su. Bang! With a dull thud, the turbulent airwaves and light patterns exploded in the air. The irregular golden sphere solidly smashed in front of Yang Su. The latter was directly sent flying, and he only managed to stabilize himself after retreating for more than 100 meters. With a gloomy expression, Yang Su looked slightly embarrassed, staring angrily at Yi Zhou. At the same time, Yi Zhou's body suddenly flashed to the position of the illusory shadow and blocked in front of profound Yang Palace's Hien. Hey, brother He, you're still here? It seems that your speed is a bit slow. Come and have a taste of my ultimate killing technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zhou raised his palm and pressed downwards. Shockingly, an incomparably dense black whirlpool suffused his palm. It was like the whirlpool wave that swept out, and it swept towards Hien with a force that covered the sky. Sensing the strangeness of Yi Zhou's actions, Hien couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Humph! He snorted coldly and quickly retreated. However, the moment Hien retreated, the black whirlpool shot towards the area behind him and enveloped the disciples of the profound Yang Palace and even firmament pavilion. In an instant, the black beams of light wrapped around everyone's bodies tightened. Everyone's faces changed. Before they could react, an irresistible pulling force pulled at them. Ultimate sure kill skill. Shadow wrestling. Yi Zhou gave a loud shout as a powerful and rhythmic palm force erupted forth. In an instant, an enormous, invisible, dragging force astonishingly overturned the entire arena. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the several thousand disciples of the profound Yang Palace and heaven-condensing pavilion were all flung away without exception. Bang, 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 as if they had encountered the impact of a terrifying storm. One after another, battered figures were smashed into a mess. Dizzy and disoriented, Hien's face immediately turned ashen. Bastard, you're bluffing. What ultimate sure kill skill? It sounded like bluffing, but in reality, Yi Zhou's target was the people behind him. Everyone who was watching this scene from the sidelines was extremely surprised. At this moment, everyone sincerely felt the gap between Yang Su and Hien's strength and Yi Zhou's. With just the strength of one person, he managed to control the people of two sections. Zhou, who seemed to be pretending to be stupid and crazy, was completely a ruthless character who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. This Zhou's cultivation is actually so deep and unfathomable. It seems that his ranking on the wind cloud list is even lower than Yang Su and Hien. No wonder even Ji Tao, who is ranked 13th on the list, views him as a formidable opponent. There really is a reason. Compared to the surprise of the various sects, the Hanyun sect side was both shocked and hateful. They even gnashed their teeth in anger. This bastard must really be crazy. He even dares to meddle in the affairs of the god of War Palace. He's not crazy. He's always been like this. But I feel like he's going to go crazy. If the sect leader finds out, he'll definitely die of anger. What should we do? Let's kill ourselves to apologize. If anyone wants to kill themselves, it should be Lunatic E. Now that we've offended the god of War Palace, I'm afraid our Hanyun sect is completely finished. There's also the Thunder Sacred Tribe. Don't speak. I'll kill anyone who says that they know Lunatic E. Whether it was the god of War Palace or the Thunder Sacred Tribe, they were all existences that the Hanyun sect did not dare to offend. Now, Zhou's actions were tantamount to inviting trouble to himself. However, Ji Tao, who was not far away, shook his head with a complicated expression. Even he was surprised that Zhou would make such a decision in such a complicated situation. Moreover, Zhou had just given an order that no one in the Hanyun sect was allowed to act recklessly. It was obvious that this meant that no matter what the outcome was, Zhou would handle it alone. When the time came to fight, Zhou would say that it was his own decision and had nothing to do with the Hanyun sect. However, once the god of War Palace and the Thunder Sacred Tribe rose up, how could they let others leave safely? What a lunatic! Ji Tao shook his head with a complicated expression. Then, a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. Fine. If you win, the 13th place on the honor roll will be yours. Regardless of who was stronger or weaker in terms of cultivation, Ji Tao knew that at least he did not have the guts to offend the god of War Palace. Boom! Bang! The sky was dyed red with blood. Kill! The Thunder Sacred Tribe's participation once again changed the direction of the current situation. Ferocious demonic beasts died under the lightning that pierced through the chaotic world. Many bloodied Wuzong disciples shouted their last, unyielding words. The rapidly expanding battlefield had already occupied more than half of the Lingshao sacred battle platform. At that moment, almost all the sects and forces had retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Even the Thunder Sacred Tribe, Qixiao Pavilion, and Shenyang Palace had made their move. At that moment, everyone could not help but look in the direction of Wind Frost City. When would Situ Hanya make his move? This was what everyone was thinking. But in reality, no one could understand Situ Hanya's thoughts. This monster ranked 10th on the honor roll had a calm mind and shrewdness that surpassed ordinary people. Looking from afar, almost all the disciples of Wind Frost City were ready to make their move. But Situ Hanya's expression did not change at all. Young master, should we make a move? Finally, someone could not help but ask. Situya, who was standing at the back, had a cold look in her eyes. Her hatred for the Wuzong, Chu Hen, and Long Xuanchuan could be seen. However, to everyone's surprise and disbelief, Situ Hanya actually spat out a single word indifferently. No, no. Hearing the other party's reply, everyone was stunned. After all, Chu Hen had killed his brother. There was no reason to forgive this kind of hatred. Situ Hanya continued. Compared to the undefeated legend of the War God Palace, I admire the Wuzong's tenacity today more. Then he raised his eyes to look at the two people who were fighting so fiercely that even the 9 heavens paled in comparison. I, Situ Hanya, am willing to give them the greatest respect at this time. Wow. Hearing this, the crowd could not help but be in an uproar. Situ Hanya was Situ Hanya after all. No one could guess what he was thinking. Hatred was hatred. Respect was respect. Not hitting a person when he was down was the greatest respect he could give the Wuzong. It was also Situ Hanya's unique arrogance. Humph. Looking at the indifferent Situ Hanya and Yi Zhou, who was helping the Wuzong Lei Zhen, who was ranked 6th on the honor roll, sneered. Ridiculous. After saying this, Lei Zhen moved and leaped into the air. His whole body erupted with thousands of terrifying silver lightning bolts. Chi, the terrible soul of thunder and lightning, intertwined and circled around his body. Then, behind Lei Zhen, it turned into a pair of divine thunder and lightning wings with peerless momentum. The terrible momentum of the thunder god crushed the rest of the audience. Everyone was shocked. Finally, even Lei Zhen was going to make a move. Once he made a move, it would also announce the complete defeat of the Wuzong, because no one could control him anymore. Die. Lei Zhen dragged the divine power of thunder and lightning and pressed toward the battlefield. Screech! But at this moment a loud and clear phoenix cry resounded through the sky. The colorful glow that blotted out the sky was like a fire that could burn the sky, creating a giant canopy in front of Lei Zhen. Under the divine light that burned the heavens, the phantom of a phoenix that looked down upon all living beings appeared between heaven and earth. This is the soul of the battle phoenix. It's from the Spirit Phoenix Valley. Chapter 1435. The Soul of the Battle Phoenix. It's someone from the Spirit Phoenix Valley looking at the noble aura that looked down on all living things, the 5-color divine light that burned the sky sprinkled down. Everyone's eyes trembled as they looked at the gigantic phoenix phantom. It's really the soul of the battle phoenix. Didn't they say that no one from the Spirit Phoenix Valley has obtained this ancient inheritance for thousands of years? Yes. Who is it? Could it be Xiao Yaocheng? It should be him. Looks like the martial sect will never be able to rise again. Clang! 3,000 bolts of lightning roared. Lei Zhen, who was in the air, was like an ancient wizard spirit that controlled the power of lightning. The silver lightning wings behind him were dazzling and exploded with starlight. Die! Lei Zhen shouted, and countless violent lightning beams quickly gathered in his palm. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, rumble! The rumbling sound shocked the surroundings, and hundreds of dazzling lightning beams burst out from his palm. Chi! The terrifying lightning fell from the sky and swept up an endless destructive aura towards the people of the martial sect and the demonic beast army. Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, and the rest narrowed their eyes as they saw the life-threatening light beam. However, at this moment, a scorching wave erupted from the illusory figure of the divine phoenix, which blotted out the sky. A screen of light that resembled a torrent appeared in midair and intercepted the power of the lightning that struck down. Rumble! The two shocking forces collided and immediately set off a monstrous wave in the sky above the sacred battle platform. The lightning and fire intersected, and the light illuminated the sky and the earth. The turbulent void was shockingly distorted. The people below the stage were also shocked. The opponent was not targeting the martial sect. The opponent was also not Xiao Yaocheng. In the next second, everyone's thoughts were denied. Amidst the raging cyclone storm, under the mirage of the divine phoenix that looked down on all living things, a beautiful and elegant figure with an otherworldly temperament slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. No, it's not Xiao Yaocheng. Astonishment filled the eyes of most people. Of course it's not Xiao Yaocheng. Who is she? I heard that she is a newcomer who joined the Spirit Phoenix Valley a few years ago. I saw her defeat Xiao Yaocheng. You've only entered the Spirit Phoenix Valley for a few years, and you've already obtained the inheritance of the Battle Phoenix soul? Unbelievable. At the same time, Mu Feng, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the high priest war god Jiliang, shifted his gaze. Following that, his eyelids lifted, revealing an expression of disbelief and surprise. Oh my God! Your Highness, Prince Regent. Even you are here? Prince Regent? Hearing these 3 words, Long Xuanxuang, who was fighting with Mu Feng, could not help but have a ripple in her eyes. There was only one person in this world who could make Mu Feng call him Prince Regent. She was the princess of the Sacred Star Dynasty, Huang Fuqing. It's her! Long Xuanchuang was especially surprised. Her face revealed a complicated expression. The general's residences, Long family, and the Sacred Star Dynasty were inextricably linked. The Empress Dowager of the dynasty had caused the death of her biological father and Chu Hen's adoptive father, Long Zhan. Moreover, Chu Hen had destroyed the entire Sacred Star Dynasty. Between Chu Hen and Huang Fuqing, there were many grievances that could not be cut off and sorted out. Little Shortlegs, this is Chu Hen's true lover. You have no chance, ha 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 ha. The exceptionally excited Mu Feng opened his mouth and shouted at Qiao Shaowan. We're about to be annihilated and you can still laugh. Qiao Shaowan scolded as she defended against Qi Qianling's attacks. Mu Feng's expression sank. He turned his body to look back, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. The current situation indeed did not allow for any optimism. The alliance of the War God Palace and the Thunder Saint clan could be said to be irresistible. Even with the help of the demonic Beast Army and the ancestral Butterfly clan, the enemy was too strong. The martial sect side was completely suppressed. Damn it, Mu Feng cursed in a low voice. Then a dense golden light burst out from his eyes, and a majestic demonic aura soared into the sky. Buzz, buzz! The space twisted restlessly. Behind Mu Feng, a whirlpool of light flickered, and several pairs of dazzling golden wings suddenly unfolded from his back. The strange light wings looked like the wings of a mantis, and they were long and narrow in the shape of a blade. Mu Feng's aura surged, and his speed and attack were astonishingly increased by several times. The Buddha demon's sword in his hand turned into countless afterimages, and they slashed at the war god priest Ji Liang. I don't have time to waste with you. Bring out your greatest ability. His deep voice became a little hoarse. Mu Feng seemed to have transformed into a great demon, and a terrifying aura burst out that shocked everyone present. Humph, as you wish. Ji Liang's eyes also darkened. Ancient and complicated dark talismans swayed all over his body, and a dark aura that seemed to come from the abyss spread in all directions. What a shocking demonic aura. Is this guy a human or a demon? I don't know. Could he be a half-demon like Lai Xingyuan? At this moment, Lai Xingyuan, who was ranked third on the ranking list, narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Feng with a meaningful gaze. What kind of aura is this? Even I am trembling. Lai Xingyuan had half of the bloodline of the blood demon's sacred wolf. His mother was the ruler of the sacred wolf clan. But even this overlord of the sacred wolf bloodline was afraid of Mu Feng's aura. This aura is, although he was unwilling to believe it, Lai Xingyuan could not help but spit out a few words. The bloodline of the demon monarch. They really come one after another. Lei Zhen, who was flashing with lightning, stared coldly at Huang Fuqing, who was standing in front of him. Spirit Phoenix Valley is also here to join in the fun? Where's that brat Xiaorao Cheng? Isn't he going to control his subordinates? Huang Fuqing was expressionless as he said calmly, "No one can control me. What I want to do has nothing to do with Spirit Phoenix Valley. Is that so? That's really a pity. Spirit Phoenix Valley has waited so long for someone to subdue the Battle Phoenix soul." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Zhen's palm condensed in the void, and all the intertwining thunder and lightning gathered in the center of his palm. Qi. In the next moment, a sharp beam of thunder and lightning rapidly condensed, and a dazzling thunder spear immediately fell into his hand. Swoosh! At the same time, the whirling light wings condensed between Huang Fuqing's fingers. Xing! A sharp white jade-long sword appeared between his slender fingers, and a vigorous sword pattern flowed around it. Huang Fuqing's aura was not inferior to Lei Zhen's. Is she trying to put our Spirit Phoenix Valley to death? This brother and sister are really ungrateful. I'm so angry. Compared to Huang Fuqing's beauty, the people of Spirit Phoenix Valley were gnashing their teeth in hatred. What a crazy woman. She should be grateful that we didn't hit the martial sect when they're down. At this time, she still dares to provoke the Thunder Saint clan and the War God Palace. What should we do? Everyone turned to look at Xiaoyao Cheng and Su Li. At this moment, Xiaoyao Cheng's gloomy eyes revealed traces of hatred. He didn't care about the people around him, and only stared at the young figure holding the formless emperor blade in the void. She'll die. Xiaoyao Cheng had a sinister smile on his face. Su Li could only sigh helplessly at the side. He said to the others, "Forget it. Let her be." At this time, the people of Spirit Phoenix Valley had no choice but to stand below the stage and watch. The fierce battle continued. The sacred battle stage was already littered with corpses of demonic beasts and humans. Blood dyed the stage red. Broken limbs were scattered all over the place. On the surface, Situ Hanya of Wind Frost City was showing respect to the martial sect. However, there were still other forces of Shaozong's sect, each with their own ulterior motives, ready to make a move. To countless people, this was definitely an opportunity to express their goodwill to the War God Palace and the Thunder Saint clan. If they could get on the good side of these two forces, even if they couldn't enjoy eternal happiness, they would at least have a foothold in the Middle Province. However, the reason why they didn't make a move was because they couldn't find an excuse to do so. After all, the profound Sun Palace and the Heaven Condensing Pavilion still had a reason to make a move. The martial sect actually colluded with demonic beasts. This is really damaging to the reputation of our Midland. What's the point of keeping such a sect? Today, our Cheelanmark sect will clean up the sect for the Midland. At this moment, a majestic voice exploded outside the stage. In an instant, the budding desire that had been suppressed in everyone's hearts broke through the soil. You're right. Colluding with demonic beasts is really shameful. Our demon sect is willing to help the War God Palace wipe out the remnants of the martial sect. Kill. Chapter 1436. The people of the martial sect colluded with demonic beasts, damaging the reputation of the Midland. Today, the Cheelanmark sect will clean up the mess for the Midland. That's right. Colluding with demonic beasts is shameful. The Demon Charm sect is willing to help the War God Palace destroy the martial sect and those evil creatures. Help the War God Palace destroy the martial sect. Help the Thunder Saint clan kill those evil creatures. Kill. Clang. It was as if a dam had been filled to the brim, and the budding seeds in their hearts broke through the shackles and broke out of the soil. All the sects and forces with ulterior motives had been waiting for an opportunity. What they lacked was an excuse, even if that excuse sounded so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Boom! In an instant, the sacred battle platform was filled with battle cries that soared into the heavens. The sects and forces that had been waiting for a long time all exploded with strong killing intent. It was as if they were rising up for justice. They directly treated the martial sect as a target. Charge! Kill! At this moment, the chaotic battlefield seemed to have spread throughout the entire Sky Tower platform. Batches after batches of ferocious beasts charged into the already turbulent battlefield from several different directions. The cold spears were biting cold, and the swords were dreamy. Blood splashed in the blue sky, and screams were deafening. The rapidly spreading flames of war directly erupted on the sacred battle platform, causing numerous explosions to erupt. At this moment, the martial sect, the demonic beast army, and the ancestral butterfly clan, who were already at a disadvantage, were suddenly surrounded by enemies. The sects and forces that had charged into the battlefield were like sharp spears aimed straight for the heart. It was as if they wanted the martial sect's life. Ha ha! War god Helian Chi, who was fighting against Long Xuanxuang, laughed wildly and shouted, "A wise man submits to circumstances, Everyone who participates in the battle against the martial sect is an ally of the war god Pallas, Hua. His words could be said to be a killing blow. It was as if the martial sect had been pushed into the abyss of death. Kill. The sects and forces that participated in the battle were instantly excited, and their eyes were filled with ferocity. This was exactly what they wanted. An ally of the palace of war gods. With only these few words, in the future, he would definitely be able to gain a foothold in the Midland. Immediately after, 2 more teams rushed out from both sides and joined the battle. Kill. Exterminate the martial sect. Slaughter all the demonic beasts. Battle cries that soared to the sky entered one's ears. Mournful screams rang out incessantly. The miserable wails of the demon beasts were mixed with the angry roars of the humans, constantly striking the eardrums and hearts of everyone outside the arena. The scarlet scene was like an azure hell that was about to appear. The giant beast fell to the ground with a loud bang, its flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Amputated limbs were flying in all directions, and internal organs were smashed into pieces. Terrifying. Shocking. It was bloody and tragic. The martial arts Zhong side, which was surrounded by all sides, was on the brink of death and was completely reduced to a state of being slaughtered. The shadow of death quickly enveloped everyone. Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li Wuyan, Zhao Qingyi Ningyu, Qi Qianying, and the other martial ancestor realm geniuses were all dyed red with blood. Dog, that thing! Wu Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and the wounds on her body were so deep that her bones could be seen. She held onto her saber and continuously slashed at the enemies that pounced on her, even though her hands and feet were already numb. Her whole body felt weak, but the martial sect still stubbornly fought back. The scene of purgatory impacted everyone's visual nerves. Great Emperor Palace, 5 Elements Clan, Wind Frost City, Huanyu Palace, and many other sects were reduced to spectators. But everyone's heart was indescribably heavy. The cruelty of the battle, the ruthlessness of human nature. When combined together, it became an inhumane Azura, purgatory. Boom! Above the void, the space trembled. It was as if a terrifying storm of sword chi was about to shatter heaven and earth. Looking at the almost one-sided slaughter below, Chu Hen's increasingly cold eyes revealed a thick hostility. You can't be the savior of the world. The current you looks so helpless. Mang Yuantu's face was filled with coldness and ridicule. Chu Hen could not help but clench the formless emperor blade in his hands. A low roar came from his throat. Kill! Clang, thunder, and lightning crisscrossed as a storm arrived. The countless purple lightning powers that were crisscrossing between heaven and earth quickly gathered around the formless emperor blade. At the same time, another kind of violent lightning arc flowed out of Chu Hen's body. That's many geniuses on the wind cloud list, who were occasionally watching the battle above, could not help but be surprised. The second kind of lightning power. From afar, the second kind of lightning power that was released from Chu Hen's body was dark green in color. There was also a ring of aura that looked like nether fire on its surface. Nether fire, heavenly lightning. Its thunder abyss, nether fire, heavenly lightning. Someone recognized it. Nether fire, heavenly lightning. Thunder abyss was a new power formed from the fusion of 1,000-year nether fire and his own bloodline. Under the nurturing of Thunder Abyss, it had long formed a Thunder Soul, just like the mysterious killer Thunderheart. Everyone could not help but understand. When Chu Hen killed Thunder Abyss in the formless Sky Tomb, he also took the Netherfire Heavenly Lightning for his own use. Lei Jixin and Lei Xiaolan, who did not participate in the battle, looked at the strange and evil Netherfire Heavenly Lightning with shock on their faces. At that time, Chu Hen's swift and fierce method of killing Lei Yuan involuntarily appeared in their minds. Hurry up and die. Lei Jixin clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth. To her, it did not matter if the martial sect was massacred or not. She only wanted to personally witness the scene of Chu Hen dying at Mang Yuantu's hands. Only when Chu Hen died would her nightmare disappear. Chi. The two kinds of extremely violent lightning powers quickly gathered around Chu Hen's sword. Along with the especially violent fluctuations of destructive power, the formless emperor blade rapidly expanded. Use all your strength to protect your undefeatable name, overflowing with evil intent. Earth-shattering. Chu Hen gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands and charged at Mang Yuantu with 3,000 lightning bolts trailing behind him. Clang! As he moved, the rolling lightning bolts were like 10,000 galloping horses. The expanding formless emperor blade suddenly transformed into a huge lightning pillar that was over 100 meters long. The sky changed color. Chu Hen was like a lightning halberd that could sweep through the heavenly river, sweeping up endless destructive power as he slashed at Mang Yuantu. Head just in time. Mang Yuantu's destiny sword shone brightly as he sensed Chu Hen's monstrous power. It also unleashed a heaven-shaking might as it charged at Chu Hen with endless, desolate overlord's divine power. Under the powerful, desolate overlord's power, the brilliance that enveloped the destiny sword instantly increased countless times. Then, the heavenly mandate sword transformed into a heaven-splitting divine blade that was equally powerful. My undefeatable name is unshakable. Boom! Bang! The sky was about to split open as the 9 heavens shook. Under incomparably shocked gazes, a purple and green lightning pillar collided with the dazzling golden heaven-splitting divine blade. The moment the two collided, the heavens and earth were turned upside down. The resulting shockwave was like a destructive thunderstorm that ravaged the 9 provinces. Ripples of light swept out in all directions. The terrifying power was like a meteorite crashing into a celestial body, detonating the sun, moon, and stars. Clang! The rapidly expanding destructive power continuously battered the two. Bang! With a loud explosion, the two quickly retreated. The sharp light was biting cold, and the lightning danced. Blood flowed from the corner of Chu Hen's mouth, while Mang Yuantu's chest was torn apart and shattered bones splattered everywhere. The light emitted by the two's divine weapons quickly dimmed. Mang Yuantu sneered. You can't kill me, no one can kill me. Buzz! After saying that, Mang Yuantu's eyes turned cold and he immediately steadied himself. At the same time, a dense, dark gray light emerged from his body. The wound on his chest stopped bleeding, and his torn flesh began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Today. Chapter 1437. You won't be able to kill me. No one can kill me. Tens of thousands of dazzling divine splendor and lightning bolts surged wantonly. The violent and terrifying impact was like a violent flood that crashed into Chu Hen and Mang Yuantu's bodies. The two of them collided head-on. It was as if the stars in the sky had exploded and the mountains and rivers had split apart. As blood flowed from the corner of Chu Hen's mouth, the flesh on Mang Yuantu's chest also exploded. But in the next instant, the incomparably tyrannical power of the savage bloodline surged out, and Mang Yuantu's torn flesh rapidly healed. The shattered pieces of flesh gathered together in an extremely shocking manner and reformed into an intact body of flesh and blood. Undefeatable war god, indestructible body. At this moment, in the eyes of the people below, everything that Chu Hen had done was futile. Everyone seemed so powerless in front of Mang Yuantu. No matter how strong he is, it's useless. Tang Bufan of the Imperial Greatness Palace shook his head and sighed with a slightly complicated expression. Wei Yan, Hu Bingyu, Sidu Hanya, Liningha, and the other top geniuses on the Wind Cloud list also had a profound look on their faces. At this moment, they had no choice but to admit that Chu Hen was strong, and even more so, they admired his tenacity. At the very least, no one had been able to last so long against Mang Yuantu. But in the end, it was still difficult for a powerful dark horse to defeat the ruler of the Wind Cloud list. Moreover, the martial sect side had been completely routed, and the demonic beast army and the ancestral butterfly clan could not hold on any longer. Bang! Boom! Smoke and fire filled the sky, and blood dyed the sacred war platform. Dragons and pythons fought, and the winds and clouds gathered. The 2 stone pillars on the east and west sides of the first sacred battle platform were also stained with blood. They were engraved with dragons and golden pythons. Human corpses were everywhere, and the corpses of beasts were piled up like mountains. The red blood converged into a cheerful stream and flowed freely. The martial sect side was completely besieged on all sides, and they were isolated and helpless. Under the encirclement from all directions, no matter how strong their wills were, they could only helplessly collapse one after another. Wu Yan knelt on one knee, his face covered with blood. He supported the saber in his hand with one hand to prevent himself from falling down. He roared, "You bastards, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Good last words. The sharp weapons of more than a dozen enemies rapidly approached Wu Yan, and a chilling aura rushed towards her. Wu Yan, Qiu Xingyi Wang Li, Qi Qianying, Zhao Qingyi, and the rest of the martial ancestor realm geniuses were so furious that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. However, all of them were riddled with injuries and exhausted. All they could do was watch helplessly as the blade fell towards Wu Yan. A group of experts from the God of War Palace stepped on the corpses of the demonic beasts as they looked at the powerless martial sect members in despair. Those who offend my war god palace will be killed without mercy. Despair, unwilling, hatred, a deep sense of helplessness welled up in everyone's heart. Sharp spears pierced through the air, and sharp blades slashed through the air. The rapid aura of death quickly pressed down on Wu Yan, and she no longer had the strength to lift her blade. Her eyes were bloodshot, and 2 streaks of blood flowed down her cheeks. Then she used the last bit of her strength to roar at the sky. Martial ancestor will never yield. Never yield. Everyone's heartstrings couldn't help but tremble. It was as if they were looking at a proud and aloof war wolf guarding its last shred of dignity. Qiu Xingyi, Qi Qianying, Zhao Qingkai, and the rest could not help but avert their eyes. Chu Hen's eyes also trembled slightly, and a chilling aura emanated from his body. On the other hand, the God of War Palace, the Thunder Saint tribe, and the other allied sects snorted disdainfully, and their faces were filled with mockery. Screech! Suddenly, at this critical moment, a bird's cry resounded in all directions from the 9 heavens galaxy. This cry was like an invisible hand that invaded the depths of everyone's soul, strangling their hearts. Rumble! In an instant, an earth-shattering storm swept over with the momentum of a convection. The sky changed color, and the clouds surged. Before the spectators could react, a majestic 7-colored beam of light blotted out the sun as it whistled through the air above the sacred battle platform. A rainbow-colored, holy vermilion bird with a wingspan of over 10,000 feet hurtled toward the chaotic battlefield with scorching heat waves trailing behind it. Boom! Screech! Tornadoes swept across the ground, and violent currents pressed down. An unshakable pressure weighed down on everyone's hearts. Wherever the 7-colored divine bird went, heaven and earth crumbled, and the heavens dimmed. The disciples of the God of War Palace, the Thunder Saint tribe, and the other sects were all flattened to the ground. Meanwhile, the few people who had attacked Wu Yan with their blades were sent flying by a domineering force. Bam, bam! Several people crashed into the ground, and their ribs caved in as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. What's this? The hearts of everyone present were filled with shock. All the major sects, powers, and prodigies on the God of Wind list were astonished. They stared at the 10,000-foot divine bird in disbelief. What's that? What a terrifying aura. It wasn't just the god of war palace. The Thunder Saint tribe's people all wore dark and vicious expressions. Even the martial sect's people were astonished. It's a demonic beast. However, Mufong and Haozi were also confused. It was clear that they didn't know each other. On the other hand, Long Xuanxuang and Yi Yao were a little surprised. Her aura. I've sensed it from Big Brother Chu Hen before. Yi Yao murmured uncertainly. Roar. Noni, who had transformed into his 1,000-foot body, let out a low roar as he narrowed his eyes. Right? Noni, you think so too. Lai Xingyuan, who was ranked third on the God of Wind list, stared at the ferocious creature with an overwhelming aura. He clenched his fists tightly and spat out a few words coldly. Sacred wing. Heavenly flame, sparrow. Clang. As soon as these words came out, it instantly exploded in the hearts of everyone present like a clap of thunder from the highest heavens. The Sacred Wing Heavenly Flame Sparrow is one of the strongest demon clans. No, it should be one of the demon clans with an imperial bloodline. Whoosh! Shock filled everyone's faces. Everyone was in awe and fear of the name Sacred Wing Heavenly Flame Sparrow. The Sacred Wing Heavenly Flame Sparrow wasn't a pure, demonic beast. They also had the supreme ancient bloodline of the vermilion bird flowing in their bodies. The Heavenly Flame Sparrow clan had long left the demon region and formed their own bloodline. The bloodline of this clan was so noble and rare that only the extinct nine-tailed fox clan could compare to it. Screech! Before everyone could recover from their shock, the Sacred Wing Heavenly Flame Sparrow suddenly spread its wings and exploded with sky-burning flames. Then, it soared into the sky with the momentum of a heavenly river. Space cracked and rivers flowed in reverse. As it moved, the Sacred Wing Heavenly Flame Sparrow's body exploded with blazing divine fire. Then, with a hum, a terrifying wave of air exploded. The Sacred Wing Heavenly Flame Sparrow's enormous body suddenly split into countless rays of divine, rainbow-like light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The densely packed rays of light were like a rainstorm of colorful light that filled the sky. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the gorgeous light rain fell on the martial sect disciples, the demonic beast army, and everyone from the ancestral butterfly clan. In an instant, it was as if a spring had once again emerged from a dried-up riverbed. It was as if a flame had been ignited in the dead night. Waves of strong, violent aura were awakened. Under the envelopment of a demonic light, the martial arts sect disciples who had fallen to the ground suddenly opened their sharp eyes. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. The god of War Palace, the Thunder Clan, and everyone who participated in the massacre of the martial sect felt their hearts tremble. Pairs of closed cold eyes lit up with vitality, and the injured bodies on the ground climbed up. This is... Qiu Xingyi looked at the two palms that were floating with divine light in shock. Wang Li, Qi Qianying, Zhao Qingyi, and the others were also shocked. Everyone felt a surging power in their bodies that wanted to break through the sky. Looking at the martial arts grandmasters who stood up one by one, everyone present was in disbelief. The most shocking thing was that their exhausted power and physical strength were recovering at a terrifying speed, even stronger than before. At this moment, Wu Yan, who was like an arrow at the end of its flight, slowly stood up. He held the saber in his hand, and his cold gaze was like a sharp spear. Everyone could clearly feel the surging power in Wu Yan's body, the exuberant life aura, and the extremely cold, murderous intent. Hee ha ha ha! I've never felt so good before! After saying that, his cold gaze swept across the surrounding enemies. The only thing I want to do now is to break your dog heads. A cold and evil smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. His blood-stained face made him look like an Azura from hell. Kill. Today, I went to my grandmother's house. It's still the first update. I've said before that I won't be updating regularly these few days. I hope that everyone can be understanding during the new year. All I can do is try my best to update. Compared to last year, I think about my changes. Everyone can see it. If everyone thinks that I haven't done enough, please wait until after the new year. I will make it up to you. Sorry. Chapter 1438. Buzz, buzz. A chilly aura, like an undercurrent in the deep sea, suddenly engulfed the entire sky, reaching platform. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the fallen martial arts sect disciples and huge demonic beasts slowly climbed back to their feet. Everyone's eyes shone with a piercingly cold light like that of an azura. Wounds, their wounds are healing. Oh my God! The martial arts sect disciples and demonic beasts who were at the end of their tether and were on the brink of death seemed to have broken free from the chains of the Grim Reaper. Their bodies once again overflowed with exuberant life energy. What was even more shocking was that the aura that each of them emitted was many times stronger than before. As for those who had been dead for a long time and whose limbs were broken, they fell to the ground forever. Whoosh! Clouds swept across the sky as holy flames filled the sky. Within the rainbow rain of light that danced through the air, a projection of the holy illusion vermilion bird exuded an aura that looked down on all things as it danced through the air. The bodies of the martial arts sect disciples and demonic beasts were all bathed in colorful divine light. Hee, right now. I just want to break your heads. Wu Yen, who was covered in blood, drew back the corners of her mouth, revealing a devilish, cold smile. The faces of the experts from the opposing sects darkened as they looked at each other. Once again, they charged toward Wu Yen with their swords. Don't play tricks in front of me. We'll send you to hell right now. Die. Their swords flashed, and their killing intent was bone-piercing. Just as the sharp blades in their hands were about to fall on Wu Yan's head, the latter's eyes suddenly burst out with a ferocious look. Hiss! A series of blood splattered in the air, and the pupils of everyone outside the arena shrank slightly. A cold wind blew, and several heads were immediately separated from the bodies supporting them and flew away. Bang! The headless corpses fell to the ground. Wu Yen held the cold sword in his hands and allowed the warm blood of the enemies to splatter on his body. Whoosh! The entire crowd was shocked. How could this be? Wu Yen clearly did not have any strength left. At the same time, Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, Zhao Qingyi, and all the other martial arts sect disciples who had stood up also exuded a fierce aura. Everyone's blood-red eyes were burning with a vengeful rage. It's our turn. Avenge the deaths of our fellow disciples. Screech! In the sky above, the projection of the holy vermilion bird let loose a long cry of elation. The horn sounded like an ancient war song. The people of the martial sect shouted in unison. Kill! Many demonic beasts and ferocious creatures roared in anger. Roar! Kill! In an instant, the hatred and killing intent that had already shot through the horizon was comparable to the primordial tsunami that overturned the heavens. A monstrous, vicious, and furious aura erupted. Countless pairs of eyes filled with hatred, and hatred shot out an inextinguishable battle intent. The martial ancestors' counterattack was enraged. Reckless fool! Humph! You're still struggling at a time like this. Slaughter them all. Kill! The chaotic and intense battle erupted once again, shaking the entire sacred battle platform. However, at this moment, the people of the martial sect were like bloodthirsty azuras, using the most violent and direct attack to counterattack. Kill! Zhao Qingyi's blade slashed downwards, breaking the enemy's weapon and neatly chopping off half of the enemy's palm. Ah! The enemy's screams were stuck in his throat when Zhao Qingyi raised her blade again, instantly chopping the enemy in half. Blood splattered everywhere, and internal organs flew everywhere. Wang Li's palm shot out, and a dense illusory purple light enveloped several experts of the Thunder Saint tribe. Thousand Rage illusion kill. Along with the violently distorted space, several muffled explosions rang out one after another. The Thunder Saint clan experts let out a series of panic screams, before exploding into clouds of blood mist. Profound east art. The fiercest was none other than Qiu. The surging true Yuan energy that stirred the heavens was like a nebula vortex above the sacred battle platform, accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder. A heaven-splitting battle axe that spanned hundreds of meters radiated with seven-colored light as it cleaved towards the group of enemies in front of it. Rainbow green peak light, heaven and earth wound. Boom! Mountains and rivers trembled, and the earth exploded. The terrifying giant blade slammed down like a god's battle axe, causing the stage to explode. Rocks were smashed into pieces, and chi waves soared into the sky. The disciples of the opposing sects, who were panic-stricken, were smashed into smithereens in an instant. The terrifying shock waves from the explosion swept out. The people who were sent flying were like rocks of various sizes, each of them spitting out blood as their bones and tendons shattered. Kill. Qiu led the group and used blood to open a path, killing their way into the enemy group. Roar. The beasts all exploded, revealing their bloodthirsty nature. Their sharp claws and fangs tore their enemies into pieces one by one. Damn it. The people of the War God Palace all had cold expressions on their faces. It's that beast's power that's supporting them, someone from the Thunder Saint tribe cursed. Humph. That beast divided its power among so many people, it won't be able to hold on for long. Kill. The War God Palace, the Thunder Saint tribe, and many allied sects once again surrounded the martial sect. However, the remaining martial sect members were no longer arrogant wolves, but Azuras hunting for their lives. The flames of revenge burned the entire place. Everyone was as fierce as a beast. Their eyes were red from killing. SSS. Chi. The scarlet rain of blood dyed the ground red, and severed limbs were thrown everywhere. The War God Palace and the Thunder Saint clan, who had originally held the absolute advantage, suddenly had a bloody path cut open by the sharp giant blades. Under the crazy counterattack of the martial sect and the beasts, the cruel killing had reached its peak. Even though the War God Palace and the Thunder Saint tribe could still stabilize their formation, the other ordinary sects had been killed and forced to retreat. The hellish scene continued to expand. The shocking scene stimulated everyone's visual nerves. A bloody wind blew, and the killing intent was like a blade. At that moment, the other sects had all become the background of the sacred war. They never thought that after the reinforcements from the monster region and the ancestral butterfly clan, the martial sect still had a trump card, the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow. Is this the power of the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow? It's able to hold up the entire disadvantage. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe and disbelief as they looked at the huge illusion sacred sparrow in the air. This is the real sacred war call. Many prodigies on the honor roll ranking shook their heads and sighed. Lin Yinghe, Sidohanya, Li Xingyuan, Ji Tao, and the other supermonsters on the honor roll ranking had become the background of the chaotic battle. Even the Emperor Grand Hall's side was just a hurried formality. Today, no matter what the final result was, no matter whether the martial sect survived or perished, today's battle would definitely be recorded in history. Martial sect, I am willing to give you my respect. The 8-armed emperor official, Wei Yan, who was ranked 5th on the honor roll side. However, the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow won't be able to hold on for long with so many people and beasts. Even if it can temporarily stabilize the situation on the martial sect side is still not optimistic. Emperor official Yan Yu, Hu Bingyu, analyzed. If that's the case, then the key to victory is over there. Everyone's gaze swept toward the sky at the same time. The aura emitted by the two figures covered the sky and shocked everyone present. Minister Tang Bufan, who had killed Emperor Mo, had a profound look in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head helplessly. Mang Yuantu, what is your other trump card? Boom! Sword waves filled the sky, causing everything to tremble. The invincible war god Mang Yuantu's expression was especially calm as he looked at the chaotic and cruel battlefield below. He was completely unmoved by the casualties of the war god palace. This has dragged on for too long. It's time to end it. Mang Yuantu stared coldly at Chu Hen's calm and handsome face. Chapter 1439. Let me see with my own eyes. What will you use to prove that you are stronger than Tang Bufan? Mang Yuantu's cold, arrogant voice caused the world to tremble. The countless experts on the ranking list and the disciples of the various sects were also trembling. Lai Xingyuan, Lin Yinghe, Sida Jitao, and Yi Zhou, who was restraining the profound Yang Palace and Qixiao Pavilion, couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Their eyes were filled with deep emotions. This was especially so for the great Emperor Hull. The expressions of the four great emperor officials were indescribably solemn. Tang Bufan, who had killed the great Emperor Mo, couldn't help but clench his fists. His expression was tense as he stared at the turbulent sky. Chu Hen frowned slightly. He looked to his sides and felt that the space around him was faintly distorted. Buzz, buzz! Mang Yuantu put his palms together, accompanied by a vast and mysterious power. A monstrous and terrifying aura surged out from his body. Following that, Mang Yuantu's eyes emitted a dazzling blue brilliance. The hearts of everyone present were instantly shocked. It's that move. It can't be wrong. Everyone couldn't help but feel fear when they felt the powerful aura coming from Mang Yuantu. It was this move that directly crushed Tang Bufan's battle intent. The world changed color and the 9 heavens trembled, along with the surging rivers and earth below. Rumble. The mountains and rivers collapsed. The sacred war stage, which was located on both sides of Chu Hen, suddenly burst apart. Rays of dazzling light shot into the sky and bloomed in all directions. Woo! It was as if there was an ancient god chanting in everyone's ears. In the next moment, 2 giant stone phantoms flashing with thousands of mysterious runes appeared in the sky with earth-shattering momentum. An unshakable aura enveloped the entire place, suppressing everyone to the point that they couldn't breathe. Just like before, everyone's heart seemed to be suppressed to a standstill. Mang Yuantu looked indifferently at Chu Hen's incomparably small figure, his face full of ridicule. Behind him, a domineering figure that could shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries seemed to appear. Let me see what kind of power you've obtained there. Mang Yuantu's brows were filled with cold killing intent. Palm of Fortune, rumble, like thunder piercing the ears, under countless pairs of gazes that were filled with shock. The 2 huge stone statue illusions, one on the left and one on the right, extended their huge palms that covered the sky. With a combined attack, they charged towards Chu Hen. For example, the ancient aura of a fiend god caused space to crack. Like a hurricane, an extreme power gathered on the arms and palms of the stone statue. The rapidly compressed whirlpool storm rotated rapidly in all directions around Chu Hen. At the same time, Chu Hen, who was in the middle of the terrifying palm attack, raised his cold eyes slightly, and there was not a trace of panic on his face. At this time, Chu Hen held the formless emperor blade vertically in front of him, palms facing each other. Buzz, raising his eyes, Chu Hen's body suddenly shone with a bright and beautiful divine splendor. Immediately afterwards, the area within several hundred kilometers of the sky platform of the Sacred Battle began to emit a strange rhythm. The wind and clouds surged, and huge waves surged into the sky. The universe Genesis Chi and the spiritual power of all living beings in this area surged like 100 rivers into the sea, all converging towards Chu Hen's palms. Plunder all living beings, return to the origin of heaven and earth. Chu Hen muttered in a low voice. What? Everyone present turned pale with fright. The vast spiritual chi of heaven and earth, as well as the surging power of all living things, all surged into Chu Hen's palm. In an instant, the area within a radius of several hundred miles turned into a dusky yellow. The air was turbid, the water was dark. All the surrounding Genesis chi and spiritual power was forcibly plundered by Chu Hen. Buzz, an aura that made the 9 heavens uneasy, spread out from Chu Hen's palms, and his entire body seemed to be bathed in divine splendor. Primal Chaos Art. It's the highest cultivation technique of the martial ancestor sect. The Primal Chaos Art. Someone in the audience exclaimed in a trembling voice. The Primal Chaos Art is a martial art that only the sect master of the martial sect can practice. But the Primal Chaos Art is only the strongest technique in the martial sect, while the Fortune Palm is an ultimate technique personally created by Great Emperor Zonghua. One was the sect master of the martial sect. The other was Great Emperor Zonghua. The gap between the two was completely incomparable. Without any time to think, the giant palms from both sides suddenly pressed down in front of Chu Hen. Almost at the same moment, the giant palms fell. Chu Hen's body bloomed with a variety of strange mottled and complex lights. Purple lightning, dark green arcs of lightning, dazzling starlight, and the tyrannical power of the 4 spiritual spirits. Many complex lights converged around Chu Hen's body and turned into a rapid and fierce power that fused into Chu Hen's palms. Chu Hen's body erupted with a dazzling, heavenly light. Bang! A heavy and violent explosion shook the sky. The giant palms blotted out the sky, destroying mountains and rivers. The terrifying power of the palms whizzed forward like an ancient divine sealing technique, directly striking Chu Hen in the middle of the palms. Mighty and vigorous shock waves spread out endlessly in the void. The towering giant stone phantoms were like 2 ancient war gods that guarded the sky, causing people's hearts to tremble. Fortune Palm, Chaotic Star River. The brilliance emitted by Chu Hen was quickly devoured and suppressed. The seal formed by the 2 giant palms suppressed him with the power to trap the heavens. Everyone's heartstrings were stretched to the extreme as they felt the domineering aura that shook the heavens. Pairs of unwavering eyes were all focused on the center of the giant palms that blotted out the sky. In particular, Tang Bufan, who had killed Emperor Mo's subject, felt especially complicated. Not long ago, he was defeated by this palm. The space where Chu Hen was fell into extreme distortion. Thin and long spatial cracks interweaved and formed one after another. Looking at the tiny figure that seemed to be trapped in the crack of the intersection of space and time, everyone's blood seemed to flow abnormally slow. Impossible! A mere art of the origin can't block the Fortune Palm. The gap between the two is too big. Chu Hen is dead meat. The power of the Fortune Palm will crush him in an instant. Rumble. The complicated power that lingered around Chu Hen's body rapidly collapsed and exploded under the pressure of the Fortune Palm. Everyone seemed to have already seen his miserable appearance when he was crushed. In the end, he still lost. Lianinghe of the 5 Elements clan shook his head gently. Clang! It was also at this moment that a dazzling divine light that was comparable to the sun, moon, and stars bloomed from Chu Hen's body. His eyes widened, revealing an extraordinary and piercingly domineering aura. Extreme origin transformation. In an instant, a monstrous power like the eruption of a mountain torrent rose from the giant palms. Giant pillars of light that emitted the might of lightning that could pierce through the chaotic world suddenly shot out. Chi! Hiss! The terrifying beams of light wantonly interweaved like divine light and like a sky-splitting electric blade, continuously pierced through the giant palms that blotted out the sky. The universe suddenly trembled, and the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens surged. The distorted space was torn apart and expanded. The aurora divine blades that shot out from all directions slashed down from both sides. Their pupils shrank until they were as thin as needles. Like a destructive divine light that could pierce through the Milky Way, the giant hands of the 2 stone phantoms were directly crushed. There were 2 chapters today. When I came back in the afternoon, I got carsick and really couldn't continue writing. These 2 chapters were squeezed out with gritted teeth. Chapter 1440. Qian, Divine King Wu Ji's latest chapter. Chaotic elements extreme. The incomparably gorgeous heaven, splitting divine radiance, was like a heaven-splitting lightning blade that swam in all directions, under the attentive gaze of numerous pairs of pupils that had shrunk to the extreme. Chu Hen's entire body erupted with a star-like, world-shaking aurora. It wantonly scuttled about like a rampaging dragon. The incomparably magnificent scene tugged at the heartstrings of everyone present. Boom! Clang! Every beam of light was like a destructive thunderbolt that pierced through the chaotic world. Together with the rapidly trembling void of the 9th heaven, the huge palms of the 2 stone statues that were as majestic as mountains were instantly penetrated by countless sharp beams of light. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave tore through the giant arms and crushed them to pieces. Heavens! How is this possible? A mere chaotic element's extreme technique actually dissolved the palm of fortune. I must be **King dreaming. Wind and thunder roared as the shock wave soared into the sky. Boom! Following a violent explosion, the 2 stone phantoms that resembled ancient giants were struck by the incomparably terrifying storm of destruction. A force comparable to the explosion of a star came crashing down. The 2 stone phantoms immediately shattered and exploded into millions of light and shadow cyclones. Is this your so-called palm of fortune? It's so weak. Chu Hen's eyes shone with a strange light. Then, Chu Hen condensed a single palm. Crack! The rapid airflow was quickly split apart. A sharp beam of divine light swept through the air like an extreme blade that traced the endless galaxy, instantly leaping towards Mang Yuantu. Mang Yuantu's pupils involuntarily shrank. Hiss! A string of blood splattered in the void. The lightning-fast beam of light was like a divine blade that directly pierced through Mang Yuantu's chest. The wound rapidly tore open. Broken pieces of flesh mixed with broken bone fragments immediately scattered from his body. Mang Yuantu's face was dark and ashen, his eyes suffused with scarlet hostility. Ha! Everyone who witnessed this scene sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, everyone was sure of one thing. No one doubted it. Killing Chu Hen was indeed stronger than killing Tang Bufan. A subject of Emperor Mo, the phrase "creation palm is really weak" set off huge waves in everyone's heart. How arrogant was that? How domineering! Tang Bufan clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. To be honest, the scene before him was not what he wanted to see. It was also something that the other monstrous geniuses on the ranking list did not want to see. Chu Hen's attack that had pierced through Mang Yuantu's chest was like a resounding slap to their faces. Oh my God! The martial ancestors' primeval chaos technique actually withstood the palm of fortune? He didn't just withstand it. He destroyed the palm of fortune. What exactly is this? How could this be? So that's how it is. On the 5 Elements clan side, Lin Yinghan narrowed his eyes and muttered in a low voice as if he had understood something. Yang Zhongxiao and the others couldn't help but reveal confused expressions. What do you mean? It's because he controls too much power. Moreover, each power is extremely powerful. He then used the primeval chaos technique to fuse all of them together to form the most violent and explosive attack, Lin Yinghao explained. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. In other words, it wasn't the primeval chaos technique that was powerful. It was Chu Hen's own power that was too strong. He just used the characteristics of the primeval chaos technique to fuse all of the power together and break through the peerless power of the palm of fortune. Unbelievable. Lai Xingyuan, Situ Hanya, Ji Tao, Wei Yan, Hu Bingyu, and the other geniuses all shook their heads with complicated expressions. Was this guy a monster? Kill. Boom. The sky was dyed red with blood, and corpses were piled up everywhere. At this moment, whether it was the god of War Palace, the Thunder Sacred Tribe, or the martial ancestor and the demonic beast army, everyone's eyes were bloodshot. But in terms of ferocity, the martial ancestor's side was definitely the most ferocious, especially the many violent and ferocious demonic beasts. They directly told everyone what it meant to be ferocious. Looks like my brother's side is about to end. Before that, I'll finish off this tentacle monster of yours first. A cold, murderous aura exploded from Mu Fang's eyes, along with the monstrous demonic chi that shot up to the 9 heavens. The blade-like wings on his back spread out and emitted a dreamy, demonic light. The sky darkened, and the sky changed color. Demonic chi suddenly permeated the area within 1,000 miles. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the wind and clouds above the sacred battle platform churned. Countless rays of demonic crimson light emanated from Mu Fang's body. Terrifying power gathered around his body and trembled violently. Every inch of his muscles bulged, and the blue veins on his neck and forehead bulged like angry horned dragons. Arg! Mu Fang let out a fierce roar. Ja! There seemed to be a sharp and strange whistling sound in the air. In an instant, a demonic and extraordinary shadow suddenly appeared behind Mu Fang, emitting an endless, monstrous, demonic chi. A terrifying aura that caused everyone to tremble enveloped the area. The demonic beast army below all raised their heads and roared, their auras stacking up. Even Lai Xingyuan, who was rank 3rd, couldn't help but have a solemn expression. He felt the urge to submit. The powerful creature that originated from the darkness slowly revealed itself. When everyone saw the other's figure and appearance, their faces were filled with unprecedented shock and fear. Yo Huang's divine winged serpent, demon region emperor, a trembling voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone looked at the terrifying monster that seemed to have walked out of the darkness, their hearts filled with fear. The other's body was especially slender, and there were 12 pairs of golden wings spread out behind it. Its sharp limbs were like long blades covered with thorns. A pair of blood-red eyes floated in the darkness as it looked down at the sky, emitting a demonic and domineering aura that could steal one's soul. Yo Huang's divine winged serpent, the demon race emperor that had once struck terror into the hearts of the world. Wherever it went, it would definitely stir up a storm of blood. Didn't they say that the demon race emperor, Yo Huang's divine winged serpent, died in the tomb of immortals and demons thousands of years ago, and has actually reappeared in the world today? According to the rumor, 2 years ago, the demon region once launched a large-scale invasion of the tomb of immortals and demons. After a few months, they brought back the demon emperor's divine winged serpent. I've also heard that at that time, the Shaozong sect participated in the matter. It seems that even the people from the Palace of War Gods went to stop the demon region. However, the appearance of the 9-tailed fox helped the demon region successfully bring back the demon emperor's divine winged serpent. But it's said that the demon emperor's divine winged serpent unintentionally fused into the body of a human. Could that human be... Clang! The words woke everyone up from their dreams. In an instant, everyone looked at Mu Fang with eyes that were filled with indescribable shock. Impossible not to mention the demon emperor's divine winged serpent. Even a drop of the demon emperor's blood essence is enough to cause an ordinary person to explode and die. He can't withstand the power of the demon emperor's divine winged serpent at all. But he's a human. How can that be? Heavens! A human who had fused with the demon emperor's divine winged serpent. The shock on everyone's faces was no less than the shock brought by Chu Hen's primeval chaos formula to withstand the palm of creation. Feeling the soaring demonic aura emanating from Mu Fang, the war god priest Jiliang's face immediately turned extremely solemn and ugly. Humph! Instead of being a human, you ran to become a demon. You're just a fake. Rumble! After saying that, Jiliang raised his palms and a surging majestic aura gushed out. The heaven-reaching platform of the sacred war and the surrounding mountains collapsed one after another. Rocks and mountains collapsed, and dark air currents like the undercurrents of the deep sea suddenly shot up to the sky. More than a dozen huge black tentacles broke through the ground in succession and were flung up to the heavenly river. Like the ancient evil vines that swept across the sky, the huge black tentacles set off a terrifying impact that could destroy everything, and all of them bombarded the position where Mufong was. Disappear! Evil creature! Ji Liang's face was distorted, and his facial features were hideous. Each of the huge black tentacles contained a destructive power that could shatter mountains and rivers. More than a dozen tentacles fell at the same time, with a terrifying aura that could pierce through the heavens and shatter the earth. Hey! A cold smile appeared on Mu Feng's face. To hell with your mother's fake. This daddy is both a human and a demon emperor. As soon as he said that, a black shadow that covered the sky, mixed with thousands of thunderbolts and destructive storms, came crashing down. Mu Feng directly brandished the Buddha demon's sword in his hand. The broadsword glowed with boundless demonic aura, releasing thousands of sword shadows. After saying that, layers of vast and fierce sword circles of light exploded like a hurricane. Boom! Bang! More than a dozen extremely destructive and lethal dark tentacles ruthlessly struck down like mysterious ancient evil creatures. Instantly, the heavens and earth shook, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the sky-reaching sacred war platforms collapsed and shattered. Mountains were flattened, and rivers flowed in reverse. Monstrous demonic energy and violent crushing power collided, directly blasting the sky. Everyone's hearts were restless. Countless pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the location where the dozens of huge tentacles fell. The destructive power of this explosive attack from the priestess, war god Jiliang, was enough to make everyone present tremble in fear. However, in the next instant, countless violent and piercingly cold air currents actually swept out from between the dark tentacles. Following that, a condensed and fierce light pillar of sword light burst out in all directions. Emperors flow desolation / hiss, chi. In an instant, together with an incomparably domineering shout, the condensed light pillar that rushed out was like the celestial divine light that erupted from the thick layers of clouds. Beam after beam, it broke through the shackles of the heavenly tribulation, breaking through all seals. Under countless incredulous gazes, more than a dozen dark tentacles that were thousands of feet long seemed to be cut by a demonic blade. One by one, they broke apart and exploded. Like giant vines and dragon pythons that had been severed, broken limbs flew everywhere. P.S. Today there are guests at home. There are more relatives, and I need to entertain them. Sorry, I will make up for it tomorrow at midnight. My apologies. Chapter 1441. Emperor's Flow / Hiss, an unparalleled destructive momentum swept across the sky, and a violent and piercingly cold storm swept across the sky. Beams of sword light emitting a destructive aura pierced through the middle of the dark tentacles. For example, a dazzling starlight burst forth. Under the shocked gazes of the onlookers, the peerlessly sharp sword patterns cut off the huge dark tentacles, one after another. One after another, the huge tentacles were like giant pythons and flood dragons that were cut off. His limbs exploded in the air one after another. It was like the snake heads and flood dragon bodies that were flying all over the sky lost their support under the destructive sword momentum that broke through the silence and fell powerlessly from the sky. Humph. Don't think that's it. The high priest, war god Jiliang's eyes hardened, and an even more surging abyssal dark chi surged out of his body. Then the dark tentacles that were cut off actually glowed with a powerful aura again, and the severed parts actually grew back rapidly. Boom! Before the onlookers could recover from the shock, A shocking ring-shaped sword aura once again erupted from the wanton sword light beam. It was like a whirlpool that spun rapidly. The incomparably sharp, ring-shaped sword aura swept out in all directions, once again crushing all the dark tentacles that pounced over. What? Everyone's expression changed. Ji Liang was also shocked. Hiss! Along with the terrifying cyclone that pierced through the sky, Mu Feng dragged the Buddha demon's sword that had transformed into a sky-splitting blade and broke through the chaotic storm area, charging at the high priest war god Ji Liang with a terrifying ferocious might that could destroy everything. Little bastard, being arrogant in front of Master Mu Feng. I'm afraid you're still a little too inexperienced. Monstrous, majestic, demonic energy crushed down, and the long and narrow wings on Mu Feng's back erupted with an extremely shocking speed. The veins on his arms bulged as Chu Hen swung the Buddha demon sword in his hand and directly smashed it at his opponent. Ji Liang's face revealed great panic. In the face of such a swift and terrifying attack from Mu Feng, he completely lost the strength to resist. Bang! A powerful halo of air surged and exploded in the air, causing the space to violently tremble. Under countless shocked gazes, the Buddha demon's sword in Mu Feng's hand was like an unstoppable staff of judgment, firmly sweeping across Ji Liang's body. The enormous force was comparable to a thunderbolt. Ji Liang, who had withstood the full force of the gravity strike, immediately bent his body backward. His internal organs were on the verge of rupturing, and his bones were broken. His handsome and confident face instantly distorted. A large mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and he was sent flying backwards powerlessly. With a boom, he crashed heavily into the firmament platform below. The terrifying inertia caused the platform to explode, and thousands of pebbles flew into the air like moths. Hiss! Ji Liang has lost. Everyone present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. That was a super genius who was ranked 4th on the honor roll, yet he was defeated so miserably. A demonic howl reverberated through the sky. Mu Feng stood under the dark shadow of the Dark Emperor's winged roar. His eyes surged with deep red light, and his evil aura surged into the sky. He was like a peerless demon emperor. At this moment, everyone seemed to see the two figures of Mu Feng and the Dark Emperor's winged roar overlapping. Everyone couldn't help but feel that it was an illusion. The illustrious and all-powerful demon emperor from thousands of years ago was about to return. Damn it. At the same time, Star Disparity War God Qi Qianling's mind was immediately shaken after witnessing Ji Liang's defeat, especially against Qiao Shaowan. She hadn't been able to gain the slightest bit of advantage. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Buzz! Qi Qianling then waved the ancient staff in her hand, and the red divine stone at the tip of the staff glowed with dazzling, extravagant starlight. Thousands of streaks of light gathered in front of Qi Qianling, dancing in the air. The next moment, they immediately interwove into a mysterious starlight formation. The mottled and complex starlight formation flickered with dreamy light. Qi Qianling stared coldly at the six-winged ancestral butterfly Qiao Shaowan in the void in front of her, muttering something. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qi Qianling's cold eyes widened, and the mysterious staff in her hand pointed at the center of the starlight formation. In an instant, every inch of the starlight formation, every strand, erupted with abnormally dazzling light. Disappear! Buzz! The space trembled violently, and a beam of golden energy swept across the sky, immediately exploding out, sweeping up endless destructive momentum all the way toward Qiao Shaowan. The destructive beam of light was extremely fast. For example, a giant sword of heavenly light that pierced through the Milky Way. Qiao Shaowan couldn't dodge in time. Bang! There was a dull explosion, and the giant sword of light pierced through the sky, firmly hit her body. Thousands of beautiful whirlpools of light burst open and shattered. under the astonished eyes of the audience. Qiao Xiaowan's slender body exploded into countless streaks of light. Good. Humph. You're courting death. Everyone from the God of War Palace had a cold smile on their faces. Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, Yi Yao, and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. But in the next instant, the thousands of shattered streaks of light turned into a flock of white butterflies that exuded a strange, dreamy aura. The people from the various sects and forces couldn't help but be stunned. Star Disparity, War Goddess, Qi Qianling's face also turned cold. Not dead? The six-winged ancestral butterfly. How can it die so easily? Mu Feng's face was filled with disdain and mockery. He gripped the Buddha demon's sword in his hand with a playful expression. As soon as his voice fell, the thousands of white, dreamy butterflies suddenly erupted with astonishing speed. As they flapped their wings, each butterfly glowed with a glazed light pattern, dragging long and narrow streaks of light behind them as they flew toward Qi Qianling. Qi Qianling was shocked. She could clearly sense the powerful rhythm of power emanating from each of the small butterflies. She had no chance to respond at all. The butterflies that filled the sky were like a shower of petals, all gathering around Qi Qianling. She wanted to break through the encirclement of the butterflies, but just as she waved the starlight scepter in her hand, all the butterflies erupted with a series of dazzling, intense light. Qi Qianling seemed to be surrounded by thousands of stars. Countless dazzling lights flashed to the extreme. Qi Qianling quickly retreated, hurriedly retreating somewhere below. But before she could escape the flock of butterflies, everyone's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Rumble. A heavy sound exploded in the air. In an instant, the world changed color, and waves of air surged into the sky. A destructive storm of power instantly erupted, and a vast and terrifying shock wave swept out. The sacred war platform below was instantly covered in desolation and cracks. Surging white pillars of light shot into the heavenly river and swept out in all directions. The turbulence caused by the battle between Mu Feng and Ji Liang stimulated the hearts of everyone present. On the shattered, sacred war platform, Qi Qianling was covered in blood. Her aura was extremely dispirited as she fell into the rubble. She was in an incomparably sorry state. She didn't look like one of the 5 war gods at all. Buzz, buzz, the white butterflies that flew high in the sky and exuded a dreamy aura quickly gathered together, immediately transforming into a slender and tall figure. Done! With a soft flash of light, Qiao Xiaowan reappeared in everyone's line of sight. She clapped her hands and spoke effortlessly. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, an endless torrent of cold air swept out. Snow floated in the sky, and ice sealed the earth. Everyone's heartstrings suddenly trembled, and their gazes immediately gathered in one spot. In the sky above the roaring ice vortex, Long Xuanchuang's hands formed an ancient seal. Above the heaven and earth covered by the ice vortex, an incomparably huge, strange, snowflake-shaped light formation suddenly appeared under her and the dueling war god Helianchi's feet. Every inch of the strange, snowflake-shaped formation shone with transparent ice marks. The temperature in that area was so cold that it seemed to freeze the space. This technique is... The 8-armed Emperor Wei Yan of the Great Emperor Palace narrowed his eyes, and there was still a look of surprise on his face. Tang Bufan, Hu Bingyu, Lin Yinghe, Lai Xingyuan, Ji Tao, and the other geniuses on the list were also full of surprise and confusion. Situ Hanya of the Frost City frowned slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the snowflake-shaped formation pattern floating in the void. He muttered in a cautious tone, "It's the technique of the Ice Empress." Chapter 1442. It's the Ice Emperor's technique. Situ Hanya's words set off waves of shock in the hearts of everyone present. The hearts of many geniuses on the list of excellence trembled. Ice Emperor. Who was he? He was an ancient giant of the same era as the great Emperor Zhao Hua. Everyone was shocked and bewildered as they stared at the snowflake-shaped formation pattern in the sky. The dense ice aura seeped into the bone marrow, almost freezing the space. A thin layer of frost formed on Hylianchi's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face was cold as he stared fiercely at Long Xuanxuang, who was emitting an arrogant and cold aura. Pretending to be mysterious. You want to defeat me with just this? Dream on. Finish speaking. The true origin energy in Hylianchi's body poured out without reservation. Kacha! The frost that covered his body immediately exploded into countless, densely packed crystal fragments. Then Hylianchi angrily raised his palm and struck at Long Xuanxuang. However, in the next moment, Long Xuanxuang raised her phoenix, eyes slightly, her delicate watery eyes suffused with a faint blue luster. Buzz! Along with the roar of the ice vortex that whistled in all directions, streams of spiral-shaped ice aura directly soared into the sky. The area covered by the snowflake-shaped formation was suddenly plunged into a world of ice and snow. Hylianchi's face changed. He suddenly discovered that the true inner energy in his body seemed to be frozen, and even the flow of his blood had become especially slow. You! Before Hylianchi could forcibly expel the invasion of the extremely cold aura, a piercingly cold and strange shrill suddenly came from the top of his head. Long Xuanxuang's red lips slightly opened, and an invisible aura flowed and spread out from her fingers. Ice which heaven's sealing seal. Whoosh! Ice and frost roared, and snow dyed the sky. Under the shocked gazes of countless people below, an enchanting and strange illusory figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the snowflake-shaped formation. The huge illusory figure of which shot out a cold beam of light, and it spread its arms to envelop Hylianchi. The terrifying frost aura was like a towering iceberg pressing down. Hylianchi's eyes were wide open. He lowered his head in disbelief, only to see a thick layer of ice rapidly spreading up from his feet. What he couldn't believe the most was that the true inner force in his body had completely stagnated. Very quickly, the other party's panic-stricken face froze, and Hylianchi, who was ranked 9th on the leaderboard, instantly turned into a sparkling and translucent ice sculpture. Suddenly, the ice which above him opened her mouth wide. An extremely cold airflow that seemed to originate from the abyss whizzed out. The bone-piercing, white-cold airflow directly transformed into a peerlessly sharp ice pillar. Chi! The sharp icicle pierced through the air and slammed into Hylianchi's body. At the same time that the ice crystals around his body shattered, the blood that was spurting out immediately froze into bright ice flowers. Hylianchi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The terrifying icy vortex that had invaded his bones caused him to be unable to even open his mouth and howl. A gigantic sharp icicle smashed Hylianchi all the way to the sacred battle platform below. Bang! Rubble exploded, and the platform exploded. Along with the rapidly collapsing crater ruins, the gigantic icicle pierced into the bottom of the platform like a heavenly spike. Hylianchi was also directly embedded into the rubble by this terrifying force. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. Hiss! An indescribable chill immediately crept up everyone's spines and hearts. Everyone felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow, and it was exceptionally cold. Looking at the shockingly huge icicle that pierced through the platform, then looking at the otherworldly and cold beauty Long Xuanxuang. Everyone's hearts were shocked again and again, and their expressions changed again and again. Apart from the Ice Emperor's power, no one could think of anyone else with such a domineering, profound power. The Ice Emperor's inheritance has actually reappeared. Could it be that the Midland is going to change? The Demon Emperor's skeleton, the six-winged ancestral butterfly, and now the power of the Ice Emperor. In addition to the temporary appearance of the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow, the summoning of the sacred war today could be said to be earth-shattering. Kill. The three war gods have all lost. How can our martial sect end like this? Kill. So what if it's the war god palace? Kill. Avenge our fellow brothers. Following the successive defeats of Jiliang, Qi Qianling, and Helian Qi, the morale of the martial sect had undoubtedly skyrocketed. They all stood up in rage, waving the blood blades in their hands to launch the fiercest counterattack. In comparison, the people of the war god palace had obviously become anxious, especially those ordinary sects that had allied together. They couldn't withstand the hatred and anger of the martial sect and the demonic beasts. However, although the three war gods had all lost, Lei Zhen had an obvious advantage in front of Huang Fuqing. Although Huang Fuqing had obtained the power of the Battle Phoenix's soul, it hadn't been long, and he couldn't completely fuse with it yet. Facing Lei Zhen, who was ranked 6th on the ranking, it was still a bit difficult. The martial sect is starting to reverse the situation. Yeah, the defeat of the three war gods has too much of an impact. Is the war god palace really going to lose today? As they looked at the blood-colored battlefield that continued to extend, the severed limbs that were wantonly flying, and the miserable corpses that fell with a loud bang, this thought that they did not even dare to think about in the past rose in everyone's hearts. Was the war god palace really going to lose? However, everyone still shook their heads. The deciding factor of victory or defeat has never been them. Someone pointed out the crux of the matter with a single sentence. Today, who could stand on the high firmament platform of the holy battlefield? It wasn't up to Jiliang, Qi Qianling, Helian Qi, or even Lei Zhen. Then everyone couldn't help but look at the higher area in the sky. Whoosh! The piercingly cold astral wind was like a sharp blade, and the chaotic whirlpool of frost and dust danced wantonly. Under the cover of the dark gray light, Mang Yuantu's chest, which had been pierced by the mixed element aurora, had already healed without a trace. No matter how powerful Chu Hen's attack was, in the eyes of the crowd, it couldn't completely destroy Mang Yuantu's invincible body. Whoosh! The Destiny Sword flickered with a shocking light. Mang Yuantu's expression didn't change in the slightest when he saw Jiliang, Qi Qianling, and Helian Qi's complete defeat. It was as if no matter how tragic the battle below was, it had nothing to do with him. Hee, what a nice scene. Your people have all won. Mang Yuantu laughed with a hint of madness. However, the more you do so, the greater the despair you will feel in the end. Your hopes will be mercilessly crushed. Rumble! As soon as he finished speaking, the Destiny's sword blossomed with a dazzling blue light. At the same time, endless blue light poured out from behind Mang Yuantu. Suddenly, the world began to tremble uneasily. The 9 heavens wind cloud caused the world to turn upside down. An incomparably sharp aura descended from the sky, enveloping the entire sky. This aura? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. An incomparably clear aura of slaughter invaded the depths of everyone's soul. The 5 elements clan's Lin Ingha clenched his fists and said, "It's coming out!" Lai Xingyuan, Wei Yan, Siduhanya, Mu Feng, Chao Shaowan, and the others all wore solemn expressions that they had never seen before, especially the one who had killed Emperor Mo's subject, Tang Bufan. His pupils trembled as he stared at Mang Yuantu, who was exuding a chilling, killing intent. Just what kind of technique can keep Mang Yuantu alive until now? A storm of cold, murderous sword aura rapidly converged on Chu Hen. The increasingly intense shockwaves distorted the space around them. Hiss! The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. A blue beam of light streaked across his shoulder. At the same time, a sliver of blood splashed out, and a slender wound appeared on Chu Hen's cheek. Chu Hen? Long Xuan clenched her lily-white hands, a look of worry on her face. The others also narrowed their eyes and saw that the blue beam of light was actually a sharp sword aura. Then, the chaotic cyclone that filled the sky became more and more intense, condensing into countless sword light phantoms with peerless sharpness. As the sword danced in the sky, Countless sword rays shuttled back and forth around Chu Hen like meteors. Every time the air was sliced apart, an eye-catching sword wound would appear on Chu Hen's body. Boom! In an instant, Mang Yuantu's cold eyes revealed a fierce and ferocious aura as he was shrouded by a storm of sword aura that tore through the sky. In order to kill you, I, Mang Yuantu, will no longer hold back. Today, no one in your martial sect shall live. An aura filled with supreme deterrence soared into the sky. Mang Yuantu's eyes shot out a cold and ferocious light. Infinite sword. Amidst the deafening roars of wind and thunder, the sky trembled, and a beam of light shot into the sky. The destructive storm of sword chi that could destroy the heavens gathered behind him to form a giant figure that was 10,000 feet tall, like a peerless azura. A cold and merciless aura pierced through the heavenly river. The giant azura held a giant sword that shone with a bright blue light. Chapter 1443. Limitless sword! Mang Yuantu's voice was deafening like thunder. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts roared in the sky. The destructive sword chi storm seemed to be able to pierce through the 9 heavens. Under countless gazes filled with fear and shock, a cold and merciless aura swept across the entire area. Everyone looked at the towering figure behind Mang Yuantu like an azura of Armageddon, holding a giant blue sword. Everyone's faces were filled with fear and horror. Limitless sword. It's actually the limitless sword. Not only were the ordinary disciples of the various sects shocked, but even the geniuses on the ranking list revealed unprecedented fear. Is this Mang Yuantu's final trump card? This guy is truly a terrifying monster. 8-armed Emperor Official Wei Yan said with a trembling voice. Lai Shangyuan, Ji Tao, Situhanya, Liningha, and the other geniuses all frowned and clenched their fists. Everyone could feel the unparalleled aura coming from Mang Yuantu's body. Emperor Official Mo Tang Bufan's hands were trembling nonstop. Mang Yuantu, just what level of talent has you reached? Just as Mang Yuantu had said, if Tang Bufan insisted on fighting, he would definitely die at Mang Yuantu's hands. Limitless sword. It was an emperor-level technique that was even more powerful than the divine creation palm. One sword. Mountains and rivers destroyed. The sky shattered. 10,000 years ago, Great Emperor Zhaohua used the limitless sword to sweep through the 9 provinces and kill countless evil demon emperors. Now, the limitless sword had reappeared in the world, shocking everyone. It's over. It's really over now. Everyone no longer had any doubts. The martial sect can't escape death. What a pity. Even the 3 war gods were defeated. They were so close. Humph. Even if the war god palace lost, Mang Yuantu will definitely not lose. Countless sects and forces shook their heads inwardly. The war god palace and the Thunder Saint clan were all sneering. Even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be able to block the limitless sword. The Spirit Phoenix Valley said angrily. Haha. Xiaoyao Cheng, who was being supported by 2 people, revealed a sinister smile as he spoke in a somewhat insane and ruthless voice. You're dead. He was dead meat. This was almost everyone's opinion of Chu Hen's ending. With the double suppression of his cultivation base and the heavenly mandate sword, as well as the immeasurable sword, Chu Hen's chances of survival were pitifully small. It's a little difficult. Mu Feng's face was also filled with seriousness. Let's go and help, Qiao Shaoan quickly said. No one can resist the sharpness of the infinite sword and the destiny sword. We'll die. At this moment, all the chaos seemed to have calmed down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the void. Swish, swish, swish. The aurora swords flying all over the sky flew toward Chu Hen from different directions. Chu Hen was trapped in a huge circle of swords, and his handsome face, which was as angular as a sculpture, showed an imposing manner. Buzz! Suddenly, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and a mighty aura spread out. In an instant, All of the aurora swords that were flying towards Chu Hen stopped in the area around him. The people below could not help but be shocked. Chu Hen calmly looked at Mang Yuantu's incomparably proud face. The power that you and I obtained came from the same place. What you know, I know. Chu Hen's momentum paused for a moment. Then he raised his arm, and a powerful wave of air swept out. Accompanied by a loud rumble, all of the aurora swords shattered into countless crystal fragments and powder. What? Not waiting for the crowd to react. Chu Hen's body also exploded with a luxurious, glazed blue pillar of light. Streams of blue light intertwined with each other and swept through the sky. Chu Hen's aura immediately stacked up and counterattacked. He said again, "What you don't know, I do. What you do, I do. What you don't know, I do." The imposing aura of a king crushed everyone present. In an instant, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. It was as if the thin young figure was carrying an extraordinary power that stood towering over the world. Everyone felt the majestic aura overflowing from Chu Hen's body. Mang Yuantu's killing intent continued to rise. "No one can block my sword. Buzz, buzz!" Mang Yuantu raised the destiny sword in his hand, and at the same time, the 1,000-foot Azura shadow behind him brandished the sky splitter sword. Countless dazzling blue patterns rapidly gathered on the giant sword, distorting the void. Mang Yuantu's sword aura exploded, accompanied by a terrifying storm. Surrounded by countless aurora swords, the giant blue sword in the Azura shadow's hand pierced through the sky and slammed toward Chu Hen. "I am the ruler of the wind cloud list, and all of you must submit to me. Infinite sword, slaughter the world." Thunder roared, and the world changed color. The huge divine sword was like a heavenly punishment that had broken through the ages. It slashed towards Chu Hen amidst thousands of light wings and sword waves. Wherever it went, the space was distorted and torn. It shook the 9 regions. The sword shocked the heavens. At this moment, not only Chu Hen, but everyone present felt as if they were on the brink of doomsday. A thick aura of destruction shrouded everyone's hearts. The power that was like a wild flood rapidly pressed down. The divine sword that could destroy the heavens and split the earth pierced down. The space that Chu Hen was in sank into an unprecedented chaotic distortion. At this moment, Chu Hen's eyes flashed with the majesty of a king, and he raised one hand as if he was in control of the world. An endless stream of blue light converged in his palm from all directions. The mighty and vigorous stream of light was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. A dazzling blue halo rapidly condensed in Chu Hen's palm. Inside the halo, ancient and mysterious talismans flickered like stars. "Today, I will slaughter the list." Chu Hen's throat moved gently, and his eyes emitted the same gorgeous blue light. Then, the 5 fingers holding the blue halo lifted up. Along with a monstrous destructive force of nirvanic destruction, the space around Chu Hen suddenly caved in. The blue halo suddenly exploded from within. Infinite creation. Bang! The universe swayed, and the 9 heavens trembled, just like the sun, moon, and stars that exploded in an instant. Accompanied by a series of space cracks, an incomparably majestic blue halo swept out with a momentum that could flatten the 9 regions. That is, in an instant, everyone who witnessed this scene had their eyes wide open, and their consciousness was in a trance. Wherever the blue halo went, the space would distort to the extreme, and cracks would quietly appear. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The infinite heaven punishing divine sword that was falling down forcefully collapsed and exploded when it was only a few dozen meters away from Chu Hen. Countless fragments of light and shadow were crushed and collapsed. Boom! Pairs of eyes that were filled with horror almost popped out of their sockets. Each and every one of their nervous hearts seemed to stop beating. Tang Bufan, Wei Yan, Lin Yinghe, Siduhanya, Izhou, Mufeng, Qiao Shaowan, and all the other geniuses on the wind cloud list widened their eyes, and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The scene in front of them was simply unbelievable. The infinite sword, such a terrifying heaven-splitting sword, had actually shattered in front of everyone's eyes. Infinite creation? The Fortune Great Emperor's strongest technique? At this moment, everyone was trembling. How is this possible? Impossible! The boundless fortune art has already been lost. Even the Fortune Emperor Palace didn't manage to survive. No one was willing to believe what was happening in front of them. Those 4 words were like a heavy hammer pounding on everyone's heart. Surprise, shock, and fear filled countless people's hearts. You can do it, I can do it too. You can't do it, I can do it too. If you are the ruler of the wind cloud list, then I will be the one to slaughter the list. If the appearance of the immeasurable sword was earth-shattering, then it would be even more shocking. Then the appearance of the infinite creation would definitely be the end of the world. The color of the world changed, and the heavens and earth fell into darkness. Along with the shattering of the measureless divine sword, the blue circle of light surged in all directions like a shockwave from a ring of stars, turning the mountains, rivers, and forests below into ruins. Mang Yuantu's expression changed drastically. An explosion rang out, and the blue circle of light immediately extended to Mang Yuantu's body. The terrifying pressure from the distortion of space assaulted his body. As the void collapsed, Mang Yuantu's body twisted and turned in an extremely exaggerated manner, and his muscles, bones, and torso were crushed one after another. Bang! Blood sprayed everywhere, and the fragments exploded. Mang Yuantu's arms and legs were instantly torn apart by the violent force. Third watch, I did not go back on my words. Thank you, brothers, for your support. The total reward has exceeded 800,000 wave-chasing coins. I will work hard in the new year. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Good night. Chapter 1444. Primal chaos gave birth to the world, and all things were created. All things were created. Boundless universe. Boom! The earth collapsed, and the ninth heaven collapsed. Wherever the blue halo touched, space distorted and tore apart. Mountains, rivers, and forests were reduced to rubble. Under countless shocked gazes, the terrifying pressure from the distorted space ruptured Mang Yuantu's internal organs, bones, and tendons. His body caved in an exaggerated manner. Pung! Blood and bone fragments flew out. Mang Yuantu's arms and legs exploded. See, heavens! Everyone's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Ah! Mang Yuantu let out a low roar. His face was hideous as his body was torn apart. Then his broken body fell powerlessly to the ground. Like a bird with broken wings, Mang Yuantu lost? This was a question that arose in everyone's hearts. There was no doubt that the destructive power formed by the immeasurable good fortune could instantly crush any Saint King realm master into slag. Chu Hen's power was terrifying to the point of instilling fear in everyone present. No, Mang Yuantu has an immortal body, he can't be killed. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Hua! A biting cold astral wind rose, and dust filled the sky. Mang Yuantu's falling figure suddenly stabilized as a crazy grin appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, you're right, Mang Yuantu, can't be killed. What? All the top geniuses on the God's Honor list trembled as they saw Mang Yuantu's broken body regenerate itself. The arm holding the Heaven's Mandate sword was the first to heal. Then his legs. His sunken body also returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Monster. Absolute monster. Many of the God's Honor list geniuses could not help trembling. This guy is really abnormal. Mu Feng cursed in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha, no one can kill me. I, Mang Yuantu, will always be an invincible war god. Thick, dark gray light enveloped his entire body, and his broken limbs regained their vitality. But before Mang Yuantu could completely stabilize his body, a resounding sword cry rang out, and a black sword engraved with dark and ancient divine patterns pierced through the sky, sweeping up a series of bitingly cold and terrifying killing intent. Hiss! Everyone's heartstrings trembled. Mang Yuantu's eyes narrowed. The divine sword, glowing with darkness energy, pierced through Mang Yuantu's chest. After that, the powerful momentum dragged Mang Yuantu's body down to the first sacred battle platform. Whoosh! The peerlessly sharp, formless emperor blade directly nailed Mang Yuantu's body to the eastern side of the first sacred battle platform. It had a huge dragon engraved on it. Buzz! The invisible deterrence was like a majestic mountain, engulfing the entire area. Even though a series of chaotic battles had erupted, and many of the sacred battle platforms were already in a state of devastation, the two towering pillars on the first sacred battle platform in the central region were still standing there. When dragons and pythons clashed, the wind and clouds would have an opportunity. Whether it would be a soaring dragon or a proud golden python, the final moment had finally arrived. The invincible war god Mang Yuantu. At this moment, the formless emperor blade had directly pierced through his chest and nailed him to the top of the towering dragon pillar. To the spectators, this scene was something they had never imagined, even in their dreams. Buzz! A whirlpool circulated in the air and blue light intertwined with each other, distorting the space around them. Chu Hen stood in the air, looking down at Mang Yuantu with indifference. However, Mang Yuantu also had a sinister smile on his face. Ha ha, impressive. You even obtained the immeasurable creation. So what if it's a pity? In the end, you still can't kill me. Ha! Chu Hen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. I'm sorry, but this time you're really going to die. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. He stretched out a single palm, and in an instant, a black figure that looked like a demon appeared behind Chu Hen. At the same time, a terrifying suction force erupted from Chu Hen's palm. An incomparably cold astral wind blew across the entire arena, and the endless suction force completely enveloped Mang Yuantu. Mang Yuantu's expression abruptly changed. What are you trying to do? Ah! Mang Yuantu's facial features contorted once more. Under countless shocked gazes, a soft golden figure with a dreamy aura suddenly separated from Mang Yuantu's body. Saint Soul! Looking at the illusory and transparent golden figure that looked almost identical to Mang Yuantu, everyone's expression changed drastically. It was as if they had seen the most terrifying scene in the world. How is this possible? He actually forcefully dragged Mang Yuantu's Saint Soul out of his Violet Palace? However, in the next moment, an even more astounding scene appeared once more. The Golden Saint's spirit immediately fell into Chu Hen's demon-like hand. His 5 powerful fingers strangled the Saint Spirit's throat. Panic and fear immediately filled Mang Yuantu's and his Saint Soul's faces. Vigorous and frightening black chi patterns intertwined with each other. It was as if ancient vines were gathering together, rapidly revolving around Chu Hen's arm. An ice-cold arc rose from the corner of Chu Hen's mouth. A wave of restless and berserk power rapidly spread from his palm. Your undefeatable legend ends here. Also, screw your undying body. Chu Hen said in a deep voice with a mocking expression. Mang Yuantu's face turned deathly pale. No, bang! A heavy explosion instantly resounded in everyone's ears as a domineering black aura swept out in all directions. The Golden Saint's soul, which was being strangled by the throat, was shattered into countless light fragments along with the distorted space around it. In an instant, the entire sacred battle stage seemed to have fallen into endless darkness. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. Everything in the world had come to a standstill. Everyone's hearts felt as if they were about to burst from their chests. Boom! The sky cracked, and the wind and clouds surged. The huge sky-reaching platform of the holy battle fell into an unprecedented silence. Only Mang Yuantu's miserable howls rang in everyone's ears. The ear-piercing roar sounded so powerless, and it sent chills down one's spine. No one dared to imagine such a scene, let alone a dream. The moment his true yuan was destroyed, Mang Yuantu's aura immediately sank to rock bottom. The wounds on his body that had yet to heal stopped moving. At the same time, a large mouthful of blood flowed from his mouth. He struggled with all his might, but he was like a pinned grasshopper. Ah! Madness, anger, roar. Mang Yuantu had already lost his previous calm and domineering aura. His body was constantly bleeding, and his eyes were bloodshot like a demon's. The invincible war god. He had finally tasted his first defeat. The price of this defeat was a huge blow that he could not bear. His saint soul was destroyed. His entire life's worth of cultivation was completely dissipated. Without the support of his saint soul, no matter how strong the sacred savage body was, it was just an empty shell. Panic. At this moment, the entire war god palace was in a complete panic. Mang Yuantu's defeat had instantly plunged them into an endless abyss. The priestess war god Jiliang and the star disparity war god Qi Qianling, who had both suffered serious injuries, looked at the scene before them with extreme disbelief. In their eyes, there was no longer the arrogance of seeing everyone else as ants. All that was left was great shock and helplessness. You are the ruler of the rankings. Then I am the one who slaughters the rankings. He did it. He had sent the invincible war god Mang Yuantu into the bottomless abyss. Kill and destroy. Damn it. Lei Zhen of the Thunder Sacred Clan, who was ranked 6th on the rankings, had a dark expression. He glared at Huang Fuqing in front of him, his eyes bursting with intense hostility. Get the hell away from me, clang. The wind and thunder were ever-changing, and lightning illuminated the sky. Countless violent and terrifying pillars of lightning soared into the sky, like a huge, heavenly net covering the sky. Lei Zhen's eyes revealed a fierce look. He knew that this was a battle he could not afford to lose. Mang Yuantu's defeat seemed to have made him lose his mind, turning him into an easily angered beast. Rumble! Violent lightning quickly gathered on the halberd in his hand. In an instant, a giant lightning halberd that spanned hundreds of meters suddenly appeared in the sky. Those useless things from the palace of war gods. Lei Zhen roared, and his eyes became even colder and more vicious. He raised his arms, which were bursting with the power of thunder, and swung the lightning halberd at Huang Fuqing, who was in front of him. Clang! Endless dazzling arcs of lightning trailed through the air. In his rage, Lei Zhen seemed to want to kill Huang Fuqing on the spot. Sister! Xia Hao shouted in panic from below. Screech! The aura of the battle phoenix soul was quickly suppressed. The lightning halberd flashed with dazzling light and brought endless destructive power down. Huang Fuqing's pretty face changed slightly, and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes. However, at this moment, an incomparably heavy explosion resounded throughout the void. Just when everyone thought that Huang Fuqing was about to die in Lei Zhen's hands, the peerlessly powerful lightning halberd exploded in the area above Huang Fuqing. Clang! Unceasingly exploding lightning wandered around, and a vast and powerful black air wave rose to the sky. Everyone's eyes slightly trembled. Huang Fuqing's beautiful eyes rippled, and there was a soft ripple in them. In the chaotic cyclone storm, a slender figure of a young man stood in front of her. You again! Lei Zhen was shocked and angry at the same time. His eyes were about to spit fire. Chu Hen coldly looked down at Lei Zhen, blue light flashing in his eyes. I'm really sorry. Your Thunder Saint clan will also be stained with blood today. A trace of ruthless coldness quietly overflowed. As soon as he finished speaking, A terrifying sharp sword aura swept across the sky. The destructive sword aura storm gathered behind Chu Hen and formed a giant figure that was thousands of meters tall. It was like a peerless Azura. An icy aura pierced through the sky. In the giant Azura's hand, there was a dazzling blue sky-splitting sword. Infinite sword. Boom! The giant Azura took out the sky-splitting divine sword. Endless blue light rapidly gathered on the giant sword, and a terrible storm, like a flood, shrouded Lei Zhen. The aurora sword rain lingered and turned into countless sword edges. The giant blue sword in the giant Azura's hand directly pierced through the sky and pierced downward. Lei Zhen's entire face was illuminated blue by the dazzling sword light. His contracted pupils reflected the thick aura of death. Bang! Under everyone's trembling gaze, the peerless edge of the giant blue sword pierced through Lei Zhen's chest. Countless streams of sword aura surged down, and even the sky-reaching platform was pierced and shattered. I'm busy today, so there's only one update. Tomorrow, there will be 3 updates to make up for it. Come, Miao Shu Wu. Chapter 1445. The latest chapter of Divine King Wu Ji. Immeasurable sword. Bang. The world shook and the air surged. The unparalleled sharpness shocked everyone. Under countless gazes filled with shock and fear, the blue sword pillar in the hands of the 1,000-meter-tall Azura Shadow slashed down with a force that could break the sky. The flying debris was like a swarm of locusts that filled the sky. The firmament sacred battle platform below cracked inch by inch, collapsing layer by layer. The terrifying sword pillar was like a divine rainbow, directly piercing through the firmament sacred battle platform and shattering it. Also, the figure hovering in the air, covered in dazzling lightning, was also pierced through. The space seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. The world before everyone's eyes seemed to have fallen into endless darkness. Lei Zhixin and Lei Xiaolan, who were outside of the battle, only felt that the sky had collapsed. This time there was no support. The entire line of defense had completely collapsed. The most terrifying thing had finally happened. In the end, even the War God Palace and the Thunder Saint clan couldn't save them from the nightmare. Despair. Utter despair. Lei Zhixin and Lei Xiaolan couldn't help but look at each other, and they both revealed a bitter smile of despair. From the East region to the Midland, from the Thunder Saint Palace to the Thunder Saint clan, killing people's hearts, never to rise again. The sharp sword aura shattered the airflow in all directions. Lei Zhen looked down at his chest in astonishment. A sharp beam of aurora had pierced through his body from the front to the back. Lei Zhen's eyes were a little dazed, and he looked very absent-minded. He slowly raised his head and powerlessly looked up at the young figure that was as thin as a statue. "You!" Pain and despair appeared on Lei Zhen's face. Subsequently, the wound on his body rapidly expanded. With an extremely muffled explosion, the boundless sword aura that had surged out forcefully minced Lei Zhen's body into pieces. Ah! A short and hurried roar shook everyone's eardrums. A mist of blood filled the sky. Broken internal organs splattered everywhere. Lei Zhen, who was ranked 6th on the wind and cloud list, was instantly killed by Chu Hen's sword. Boom! The successive shocks set off monstrous waves in the hearts of everyone present. It was just as Chu Hen had said to Mang Yuantu. "Whatever you know, I know. You won't, and neither will I." Boundless sword. It was the same move. A completely different result. A single sword pierced through the heavenly river and instantly killed Lei Zhen, who was ranked 6th on the leaderboard. Only after witnessing this with their own eyes did everyone realize just how terrifying the might of the infinite sword was. Hua! Everyone was shocked. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, Tang Bufan of the Great Emperor Palace, Wei Yan, and the other 3 Great Emperor subjects, the half-demon Lai Xinyuan, Liningha of the 5 Elements clan, Sidohanya of the Wind Frost City, Hanyan Sektijo, and many other geniuses on the list of excellence were looking at Chu Hen with unprecedented depth and complexity. His imposing manner towered into the heavens as he looked down on everyone present. The young figure that stood high up in the sky was like an insurmountable mountain. Everyone couldn't help but feel slightly dazed. It was like they were seeing a domineering figure that shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries overlap with it. From the moment the Holy War began to the day it ended, the Holy War began. Chu Hen embarked on the journey of slaughtering the list of excellence. Starting from the few people at the bottom of the list, after a few months, Chu Hen stepped on the bodies of many monstrous geniuses and directly set foot on the top of the list of excellence. The battle between dragons and pythons. At this moment, all the dragons, golden pythons, and all the winds and clouds that had gathered here had all become Chu Hen's background. Disciples of the martial arts sect, listen up! Chu Hen stood at the top of the sky platform of the sacred war, his eyes filled with the majesty of a king. He waved his hand and shouted coldly, "Slaughter all the enemies. Kill. No mercy. No mercy." Not long ago, this was the order given by the War God Palace and the Thunder Saint tribe. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. Yes, the people of the martial arts sect stood up and received the order in unison. Kill. Xiao Xingyi's eyes were bloodshot and full of hostility. Kill. Wang Li was like a ferocious beast, his killing intent soaring. Kill. No mercy. Wu Yan, Zhao Qingyi, and the others raised the blades in their hands and led the people of the martial arts sect to directly penetrate the vital points of the enemies. Roar! All the beasts roared, their ferocious auras shaking the sky. Countless ferocious beasts pounced on the people of the War God Palace, the Thunder Saint tribe, and the allied sections. In an instant, the most tragic massacre began. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses covered the ground. The War God Palace panicked. The Thunder Saint tribe panicked. The forces of the sects that had carried the slogan of cleaning up for the Midland were trembling in panic. Ji Liang lost, Qi Qianling lost, Helian Qi lost, Leizhen lost, and even the invincible god of war Mang Yuanta lost. These trump cards that they had been relying on were all defeated. In their eyes, they had lost the bet that they were sure to win, and the price they had to pay for losing was something that they couldn't bear. Kill. The forces of the sects that had lost their morale couldn't stop the crazy counterattack of the martial arts sect at all. The chaotic and intense battlefield quietly turned into a one-sided massacre. Hiss! Bang! Blood continuously splashed on the stage. Sharp blades continuously cut the enemy's bodies. The ferocious charge of the beasts tore the experts of the War God Palace into pieces. Broken limbs flew in the air. Broken organs were everywhere. The eyes of the martial arts sect members had already turned red. Their hands that were holding the butcher's knife were already numb. But no one stopped. They were like cold, merciless, bloodthirsty azuras that bathed the sacred battle platform in blood. Boundless evil qi spread out. Shouts, roars, and pleas for mercy resounded. Looking at the battlefield that was constantly expanding, the other sects and forces that were outside of the battlefield felt a great impact on their minds and souls. The scene in front of them couldn't be described with just the word ruthless. This is the real, holy battle. Liningha of the Five Elements clan muttered in a low voice with a serious look in his eyes. On the side of Wind Frost City, Sidhu Hanya, who had always been calm and collected, also had a complicated look on his face. This was something that he hadn't expected. It was also something that no one had expected. Not far behind him, Sidhu Ye's face was deathly pale. She felt lucky and helpless at the same time. If Sidhu Hanya joined the battle, there would only be more corpses. The faces of the people from the Spirit Phoenix Valley were also ashen. Everyone's hands and feet were trembling uneasily. At this moment, they realized how laughable their thoughts were. Su Li sighed deeply. He glanced at Xiao Yao Cheng, who was not far away from him. He was a proud son of heaven who had once reigned supreme over a region. At this moment, he had been completely forgotten by the crowd. Xiao Yao Cheng's eyes gradually dimmed, and there was no light in them. A bitter smile of self-mockery appeared on his face. Helplessness and despair. The most terrifying thing was not to kill, but to destroy the heart. In the center of the first sacred battle platform, Mang Yuantu, who had been nailed to the stone pillar by the formless emperor blade, was exhausted. Xing, the destiny sword in his hand, slid out of his fingers, and with a clang, it stabbed into a crack in the stone on the platform. The geniuses on the ranking list were silent, yet their hearts were unable to calm down. They had never tasted defeat, yet this defeat would be a complete massacre. Buzz, buzz! The moment the destiny sword fell to the ground, the formless emperor blade that had pierced through Mang Yuantu's chest suddenly emitted a strong agitation, accompanied by a burst of low, trembling sound. A group of black shadows suddenly rushed out of the formless emperor blade. That is, everyone's pupils shrank. Like an evil spirit, the black shadow swooped down like a nightmare from the dark abyss, directly pouncing on the destiny sword. Weapon soul. It's the weapon soul of the formless emperor blade. Someone exclaimed. What is it trying to do? Could it be that it wants to devour the destiny sword? Oh my God, isn't this too crazy? If there was a lunatic among weapons, then the formless emperor blade was definitely a lunatic in everyone's eyes. The destiny sword was ranked 9th on the god weapon list. The formless emperor blade was ranked 16th. Its appetite was no less than a frog swallowing a snake. Woo! Waves of air trembled like the roar of a ghost. The nightmarish black shadow quickly wrapped around the destiny sword's blade. Xing! The destiny sword let out a loud, trembling sound as it glowed with a dazzling light. Beams of peerlessly sharp light swept out and pierced through the black shadow. At that moment, Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and 7 black dots quietly appeared in the depths of his pupils. The black dots chased each other, and a strange, sharp sound wave spread out along with an invisible force. Whoosh! A layer of purple flames suddenly ignited on the destiny sword's body. In an instant, an ear-piercing, whistling sound came from within the destiny sword. Whoosh! With a swoosh, it turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. The destiny sword was trying to escape. The formless emperor blade's weapon soul wrapped around the destiny sword like a venomous poison. Along with the overbearing purple demonic flames, the black shadow completely enveloped the sharp blade. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the destiny sword's peerless sharpness was quickly overshadowed. The shocking sharpness gradually sank to the bottom of a quagmire. Then, the destiny sword quickly distorted, and under the rapidly shrinking brilliance, it was directly devoured by the black shadow. Whoosh! Shock filled everyone's faces once again. Mang Yuantu's face was filled with deep hatred and despair. The destiny sword had been destroyed, and the formless emperor. Chapter 1446. The mandate of heaven had been destroyed. Formless king. Under countless, incredulous gazes, the soul of the formless imperial blade was like a nightmare from hell. It directly dragged the mandate of heaven's sword into the abyss of eternity. The moment the mandate of heaven's sword's peerless sharpness quietly faded away, the formless imperial blade that was nailed into Mang Yuantu's body emitted an incomparably violent wave of power. Whoosh! A powerful sword cry reverberated in the sky. A series of dense black lights bloomed in the sky. The invisible, piercingly cold aura could be said to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth. It emitted a terrifying might that made everyone tremble. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, feeling the formless imperial blade continuously breaking through its original limits and rapidly strengthening its unparalleled sharpness. Everyone was sincerely shocked. The shocking scene came one after another, one after another. The invincible god of war, Mang Yuantu, was trembling from head to toe. He didn't even have the strength to roar in hatred. Blood continuously flowed from his chest and mouth, along with his life force. Lost. It was a crushing defeat. Ji Liang, the god of war, and Qi Qianling, the god of war, powerlessly raised their eyes to look at the powerless Mang Yuantu. The two couldn't help but fall into an endless abyss of despair. Killing people was just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. This battle, how many people had he killed? How many hearts had he destroyed? Midland. Tang Bufan, the Emperor of War, sighed deeply. He looked up and down the sacred battle platform, which was covered in a rain of blood. He then looked at the young figure standing at the top of the platform and shook his head, muttering to himself, "I'm afraid the world is going to change." The world of Midland was going to change. Today's battle would definitely shake the entire 9 prefectures. Kill. Boom. The one-sided slaughter was still unfolding. Their blades were blunt, and their hands and feet were numb. However, the martial sect's crazy revenge did not stop because of the enemy's defeat. This was the pain of returning. It was also the despair of returning. If it were the other way around, the other party would not have shown any mercy. Many experts of the Palace of War and the Thunder Saint clan quickly fell. The arrogance and domineeringness that they once had completely disappeared at this moment. As for the participants who joined forces with ordinary sects and forces, they were utterly defeated and completely destroyed. No matter how much they begged for mercy, the martial sect did not have the slightest bit of pity. Don't kill me. I beg you, we know we were wrong." A disciple of the evil charm sect knelt in front of Wang Li with extreme fear. However, Wang Li said calmly, "If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price." Hiss! A rain of blood danced in the air, and the begging stopped abruptly. A helpless body fell into a pool of blood. On the battlefield, there was only victory and defeat, no mercy. This was the choice they had made before. There was clearly no grudge between them, but when the martial sect was in a desperate situation, he participated in it and added insult to injury. Such a person was not worthy of forgiveness. Kill! The slaughter continued, and the side known as the Ants displayed their bloodthirsty side. Looking at the disciples of the Palace of God of War falling one after another, the priestess of war god Jiliang gritted her teeth and wanted to climb out of the ruins. However, in the next moment, the air flowed rhythmically, and a young figure emitting a powerful demonic aura suddenly appeared in front of him. Jiliang raised his head, and under the dazzling light, the outline of the other party's face was hard to look at. "As a form of respect, I will personally send you on your way." The faint voice was calm, and the pagoda-shaped pagoda heavy sword swayed with a flame-like radiance. At this moment, Ji Liang did not choose to struggle. The moment Mang Yuantu was defeated, the fate of the Palace of God of War was already decided. Ji Liang's lips trembled slightly, and he said in a low voice, "I hope this is your strongest attack." "It will." After the other party finished speaking, Ji Liang closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Bang! In the next moment, an earth-shattering pillar of violent torrent directly broke through the sky. The destructive shockwave that shook the mountains and rivers was like the eruption of a 10,000-year-old volcano. The earth collapsed inch by inch, and thousands of rocks were turned into powder. In the blink of an eye, the entire sacred battle platform ceased to exist. Along with it, the priestess war god Ji Liang's aura and figure also disappeared without a trace. Amidst the howling astral winds and dust, the only thing left in the rapidly exploding ruins was the young figure wielding the pagoda demonic sword and emitting a biting, cold demonic aura. Lai Xingyuan, Sidu Hanya, Ji Tao, Wei Yan, and the other geniuses on the list couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of sorrow and desolation. Fourth on the list, priestess war god Ji Liang, dead. At the same time, star disparity war god Qi Qianling was also enveloped by a dazzling golden radiance. In front of her was the six-winged ancestral butterfly Qiao Shaowan, who also wore a solemn expression. In the end, she was still one of the top monstrous geniuses on the list. Even if she lost, she wouldn't humiliate her dignity. The interweaving golden holy radiance stirred up a tyrannical cyclone. Qi Qianling, who was trapped within, closed her eyes in despair. It won't end like this. Ha ha ha. Qi Qianling let out a maniacal laugh. Then the vigorous golden cyclone was like a divine flame that could burn the heavens, directly engulfing her. 11th on the list. Star Disparity War God Qi Qianling, dead. As for the dual war god Hilianqi, he still had no aura. The huge sharp icicle that pierced through the sacred war platform pierced deep into the platform. Was Hilianqi dead or alive? Not many people cared. The sacred war, the battle of the list. It was forged with fresh blood and piled up with human lives. One after another, geniuses fell and disappeared here forever, while one after another, super rising stars rose up powerfully. But no one expected that the one who stood at the top of the list was not the War God Palace, the Imperial Majestic Palace, or the various sacred clans, but a small martial ancestor. Everyone's eyes revealed an indescribable depth. Mu Feng, who had merged with the demon emperor's skeleton. Ancestral butterfly Qiao Shaowan, who had the bloodline of the six-winged emperor. Long Xuan, who had the power of the Ice Empress inheritance. Huang Fuqing, who had the soul of the battle phoenix. And the sacred flame heaven-burning bird, who had single-handedly supported the defeat of the entire martial ancestor. These people were all connected to the figure that was looking down on everyone. Midland, the world was really going to change. The massacre was gradually coming to an end. When the last enemy fell to the ground, a blood-red world appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Tragic. It was too tragic to look at. The War God Palace was massacred without exception. Apart from Lei Zhixin and Lei Xiaolan, everyone from the Thunder Sacred Clan was massacred. As for the sects that had joined forces to hit them while they were down, their blood flowed like a river. The fate of the Lingyun sect reappeared once again. The War God Palace, which was like a giant beast, finally fell in the charaba of the sacred war. The scene before them caused countless people to fall into endless silence. What was more comical was that because of the interception of Izhou, the two sects, Shenyang Palace and Qixiao Pavilion, could not enter the main battlefield. They, who were isolated in the outer region, somehow escaped the massacre of the martial ancestor. However, they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. He Yan, Yang Su, and the others' eyes were filled with deep fear. Everyone from the two sects had their hearts in their throats, afraid that the martial ancestor would cast a frightening glance at them. Fortunately, the martial ancestor did not seem to point their knives at them. In the blood-red world of the battlefield, the martial ancestor disciples, who were soaked in blood, looked up at the azure sky. They survived. Ha ha! Everyone laughed. As they laughed, two streams of blood flowed from their eyes. The sacred war. They had endured too much. They had also lost too much. Although they stood until the end, many of their companions had been left here forever. Bang! Wu Yan knelt on the ground, and the hand that was holding the saber finally loosened. It felt good to be alive. Pei, did you see that? Our martial ancestor is standing at the peak of the sacred war. Pei, a name that touched the hearts of the martial ancestor. Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, Qi Qianying, Zhao Qingyi, and even Chu Hen could not help but stare at the distant sky. In the distant lake of absolute heaven, an unyielding Qilin soul seemed to be roaring at the sky. We survived. Wu Mian's eyes were red, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Wu Mian, your hand. Xiao Yin covered her mouth, looking flustered. Wu Mian looked down at his empty right arm. It's okay. When I Wu Lao Air step into the Saint King realm, this arm will slowly grow back. TCH, you think you're a Saint King? Even I, Ding Xiaoyin, would not dare to say such words. Ding Xiaoyin said as he stood up holding Wild Monkey's shoulder, who had also lost his left leg. Ha 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 ha, I also have a dream. These were all unknown nobodies in the martial ancestor. They did not even dare to think that one day they would be able to set foot on the high heaven stage of the sacred war. Looking at their current appearance, the major forces and clans could not help but feel enlightened. For the martial ancestor, being able to survive was already very good. At this moment, they were the true heroes who stood at the top of the wind cloud list. Stepping over the corpses of the War God Palace and the Thunder Saint clan, they stood tall in the sacred war. Buzz! Buzz! At the same time, all the martial ancestor disciples and monster beasts began to emit beams of colorful light. It was as if thousands of divine rainbows shot into the sky, rapidly surging towards the phantom of a sacred winged, heavenly flame bird with a wingspan of over 10,000 meters. Under everyone's amazed gazes, the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird's illusory body rapidly condensed. Screech! The sacred winged, heavenly flame bird, which had returned to its true form, danced in the sky, then spread its wings and swept across the void, turning into a slender, tall, and beautiful figure amidst the rapidly shrinking flames. Boom! Before the crowd could recover, the mountains and rivers suddenly shook, and the 9 heavens changed color. On the first sacred battle platform, the 2 stone pillars with dragons carved on them glowed with incomparably gorgeous ancient runes. Countless rays of light crisscrossed. The platform in the center of the sacred battle platform rapidly split open, accompanied by the rumbling of wind and thunder, and a huge stone tablet slowly rose from the ground. Whoosh! An ancient and vigorous aura spread in all directions. The stone tablet stood on the platform, and on the stone tablet there were many eye-catching names. From top to bottom, there were no more and no less, a total of 50 names. Looking at this scene, the geniuses on the wind cloud list could not help but feel enlightened. The 4 emperor subjects of the great Emperor Hall, Liningha of the 5 Elements clan, Sidohanya of the Wind Frost City, Izhou of the Hanyan sect, and the others all heaved a deep sigh of relief. The wind cloud list is about to be updated. Chapter 1447. The rankings were about to be refreshed. Rumble! The earth shook and the sky darkened. Under the scorching and expectant gazes, the center of the number 1 Holy War platform flickered with countless luxurious and resplendent patterns of light pillars. A vast and vigorous wave of chi swept out in all directions, sweeping along the surface of the platform and spreading out. A huge stone tablet with a striking name slowly rose from the trembling space and the violently shaking giant glyph formation. Wow! A towering stone tablet stood at the top of the fighting ring like a towering mountain. Taking a closer look, there were exactly 50 names on the stone tablet. At the top of the tablet were the words Mang Yuantu. Below it were Tang Bufan, Lai Xingyuan, Jiliang Wei Yan Leijian Liningha, Qinyong Hilianqi Sidahanya, Qi Qianling, Xiaoyao Chang, Ji Tao, and many others. Qiu Xingyi's name was also in the martial arts sect. He was ranked 46th. The peerless giant tablet exuded a majestic aura that made people tremble. Those who were able to carve their names on it represented absolute strength. However, after today, the ranking on the wind cloud list would undergo an earth-shattering change. The rankings are about to be refreshed. Everyone's heart was still moved. Countless people's eyes were filled with burning anticipation and desire. Many people on the list didn't come. Yes, the rankings this time should be the most miserable. Many geniuses on the list didn't even make it to the sacred war platform. There will be a lot of new people. At first glance, Yuan Yi, Qi Si, Li Xiong, Qin Shui, and many other bearers of their names were nowhere to be seen. Without a doubt, these names would be completely removed. The most thought-provoking ones were the 5 sage kings of the God of War Palace. from the 19th ranked god of war Qinlu to the first ranked invincible god of war Mang Yuantu. They were all wiped out. The rankings of the 5 god of war rankings would be changed. This was absolutely unprecedented. It was also a humiliation that the god of war palace had never experienced before. The ranking of the great emperor hall shouldn't change too much. The 4 great emperor subjects are all safe and sound. The half-demon Lai Xingyuan is most likely still in 3rd place. However, Tang Bufan doesn't seem to be in a good condition. Lai Xingyuan might have a chance to reach 2nd place. Not necessarily. Don't forget that the one from the Yao region still has the 6-winged ancestral butterfly. Yes, there's also the 2 people who obtained the Ice Empress inheritance and the Battle Phoenix soul. They're definitely on the list. Although Mu Feng, Qiao Shaowan, Long Xuanshuang, and the others had yet to fight against the 4 great emperor subjects, based on the strength they had displayed, they were definitely able to contend against them. However, everyone knew that it was time to change the ruler of the honor list. Everyone's gazes gathered on Chu Hen's body at the same time. Since the other party didn't move, the others didn't dare to step forward. "Hey, what are you all standing there for?" Mu Feng grinned. Then, with a glance, his body moved, and he took the lead to fly toward the stone tablet that represented the honor list. "Since all of you are so humble, then let this handsome Feng re-rank you. I'll start with you." Mu Feng directly set his eyes on the top of the list. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light appeared in his palm. Buzz! In an instant, the 3 words Mang Yuan painting on the top of the stone tablet were directly erased. Then, under everyone's respectful gazes, Mu Feng re-engraved the 2 fierce words Chu Hen on the original spot. Hua! A formless and vast aura soared into the sky. Seeing the name change in an instant, everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. However, no one objected. No one stood up to stop it. Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, Yi Yao, Long Xuanshuang, Wu Yan, and the others all had proud expressions on their faces. At the top of the honor list, it was their martial sex people. Meanwhile, Mang Yuan painting, who was still nailed to the dragonstone pillar by the formless Tharch blade, had lost all of his luster. From his appearance to his eyes, he was as dejected as a stray dog. He watched his name being erased with his own eyes. The struggle and humiliation in his heart surged like a tidal wave. The vitality in his eyes was rapidly fading, and his aura was also extremely weak. "It's my turn now." A trace of pride flashed in Mu Feng's eyes. Then, with a wave of his hand, another name was erased from his hand. Everyone could not help but be stunned. They immediately revealed a strange expression. They originally thought that Mu Feng would erase Ji Liang's name, but to their surprise, he erased Tang Bufan's name instead. This guy actually wants to be ranked 2nd? No way? That's a little too much. Although Mu Feng had killed the war priest Ji Liang, who was ranked 4th, there were still 2 people ahead of him. Putting aside the fact that he had yet to defeat Tang Bufan, he had even defeated the half-demon Lai Xingyuan, who was ranked 3rd. This was somewhat objectionable. Even Tang Bufan did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw his name being erased for no reason. However, Mu Feng had always been a thick-skinned person. Why would he care about what others thought of him? He stretched out his hand and was about to carve his name below Chu Hen's name. However, before the word Mu could be written, boom! An earth-shattering giant force suddenly swept across the void of the 9th heaven. There was no warning at all. The sky suddenly darkened, and the clouds surged as a chilly wind covered the sky. Clang! In an instant, a nebulous storm that suddenly covered the sky gathered above everyone's head. What was going on? Everyone was shocked. Chu Hen's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. His eyes, which contained traces of purple light, tightly stared at the storm nebula that was growing stronger and stronger. The storm whirlpool that was like a black hole was actually releasing a strange, blood-colored, secret talisman. A ferocious and violent aura accompanied by a fishy wind spread out from there. What is this? The geniuses on the ranking list looked at each other in confusion. This aura is... Tang Bufan, who had killed Emperor Mo, had a solemn expression on his face. Wei Yan, Qin Yong, Hu Bingyu, Situ Hanya, Ji Tao, and the other geniuses also had a lot of disbelief in their eyes. Could it be? Everyone's eyes constantly swept across the surrounding environment. Buzz, the space that was emitting a rhythmic sound, was actually filled with a dense blood mist. An endless stream of red light patterns intertwined from the platform that was covered with blood and corpses like strange ancient vines. In an instant, the entire sky above the sacred battle platform was directly enveloped by a faint blood pattern. Countless people's hearts were filled with great fear. What exactly is it? What are you guys talking about? Murderous aura! The half-demon Lai Shunyuan grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "It's the murderous aura of a ferocious demon." What demon? Boom! Before everyone could react, the 9 heavens instantly exploded with lightning, and a mysterious and complicated giant talisman formation suddenly appeared in the blood-red vortex that was surging with wind and clouds. The talisman formation glowed with a blood-red light, and each of the patterns looked like dried blood. Then the center of the talisman formation slowly twisted and cracked, as if it was the gate of heaven opening. Hua! Like a surging torrent of murderous aura, it broke through the dam and gushed out. Amidst the dense, murderous aura, hideous monsters with flashing crimson, vertical pupils dashed out one after another. Jia, jia! The smell of fresh blood, the sharp, strange howls sounded like the laughter of thousands of bats. Foolish humans! To actually cause so much killing here. Thank you for your foolishness, for opening the passage to the Chaos Devil domain for us. Ha 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 ha. In order to thank you, I will enjoy your souls. Ha ha. The incomparably terrifying, strange howls made people shudder. Boom! In an instant, hideous and terrifying monsters covered in scales directly rushed out of the Nebula Gate, and an endless amount of murderous aura surged towards the sacred battle platform below. It's a ferocious demon. The crowd was shocked. The faces of the various sects and factions all changed. Before the crowd could react, the ferocious demons covered the sky and covered the earth. Hiss! Sharp claws and teeth directly tore a human expert into two, and the lizard man, like ferocious demon, greedily gnawed on the human's flesh and organs. Jia, 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 jia. Human flesh is still the most delicious. Hee, there are actually so many demonic beasts. The souls of demonic beasts are not bad. A terrifying Emo with a head like a giant crocodile, body covered in scales, and a huge tail charged towards a spider demonic beast at an explosive speed. The spider demonic beast let out a sharp howl and spat out a mouthful of venom from its mouth that was filled with barbs. Then the Emo directly opened its mouth that was filled with sharp teeth and directly swallowed the venom from the spider. The taste is not bad. It's a pity that it's a little fishy. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, his speed exploded, and he charged in front of the spider demonic beast. With a wave of his sharp claws, the huge body of the spider demonic beast was instantly split apart, and the internal organs within flew everywhere. Perfect! Jia, 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 jia! A sky full of black shadows rapidly covered the sky above the crowd. Demon, the synonym for ferocious. It represented madness and killing, different from demonic beasts. At least demonic beasts had a peaceful side. However, the war between the devils and the devils had broken out completely. They were greedy and bloodthirsty, devouring humans, torturing and killing demonic beasts, and even their own companions would become their food. Since ancient times, the battle between humans and demons had never stopped. This Chaos Demon Domain was once one of the battlefields of the war between humans and demons. Jia, 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 jia. The crazed and greedy Emo, continuously surged into the heaven and earth. They crazily preyed on everyone and started a brutal massacre. Damn it! Why is it like this? Where did these things come from? There was no time to think. The sacred war platform, which had finally calmed down, once again fell into chaos and panic. This time, the chaos erupted from the front. Everyone, don't panic. Stabilize the formation. Tang Bufan, the minister of Emperor Mo, shouted. As he spoke, he killed a few Yimo that pounced towards him. Before the crowd could unite to defend against the invasion of the demons, the blood-colored talisman gate that covered the sky expanded once again. The heaven and earth trembled. An endless murderous aura filled the air. Countless black shadows swept down. The doomsday-like scene caused countless people to fall into despair and panic. The number of Yimo multiplied rapidly. The people from the various sects were in a complete mess. Chi-chi. Streaks of violent purple lightning exploded in the sky, and dozens of Yimo around Chu-Hen had their chests and throats pierced. Green demonic blood flowed out. However, even though their vitals were struck, they still emitted a strong, evil aura. Jia, this person is quite strong. An ugly, bat-like demon unwaveringly stared at Chu-Hen. Chu-Hen's eyes turned cold, and with a thought, bang, 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 a series of purple lightning bolts burst. Every Emo that came close to Chu-Hen was crushed into pieces and exploded into clouds of green blood mist. Chu-Hen, I'm afraid we have to retreat. Mu Feng held the Buddha Devil Sword. After killing 2 Yimo, he quickly flew back to Chu-Hen and said in a deep voice, There are too many Yimo, and these ghost brothers are extremely strong and cruel. We can't fight for a long time. Chu-Hen slightly frowned. At the moment, the people from the martial sect were also trapped in the Yimo's killing. Disciples from the Great Emperor Palace, the 5 Elements clan, the Wind Frost City, and the other forces were all in danger. Not to mention taking care of the others, they couldn't even guarantee their own safety. After all, they weren't prepared at all. Added with the fact that the number of ferocious devil creatures had been ceaselessly increasing, even though this group of elite warriors from the Midland had gathered in this place, they still couldn't withstand the attacks launched by those ferocious devil creatures. Haha, these human beings taste so good. I can't even remember the last time I drank human blood. More and more Yimo occupied the sacred battle platform. The people who couldn't fight back couldn't stay together and were torn apart by the overwhelming Yimo's attacks. Damn it! Tang Bufan cursed harshly. He shouted to Chu-Hen, Lai Xingyuan, Mu Feng, Siddhahanya, Liningha, and the others. You and I will cover the retreat. We can't retreat. The number of Yimos is many times more than ours. We can't go anywhere. Lai Xingyuan said seriously. Then what should we do? Run separately? Liningha asked while killing Yimo's Yimo. Absolutely not. All the most talented disciples of the Midland are gathered here. Once they die, the Midland will suffer a great loss. Damn it! Everyone was shocked and angry. They couldn't even run. They couldn't fight recklessly. They had fallen into a dead end. 7-star, evil flame storm. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge purple tornado swept across the sacred battle platform. The domineering purple flame exploded and enveloped thousands of Yimo's Yimo. Ah, woo! It was as if there were countless ghosts roaring. One by one, the ferocious hybrid demons were burned to ashes by the purple heaven burning flame. This is Tang Bufan, Lai Xingyuan, Liningha, and the others' expressions changed. What a domineering flame! Under the raging purple flames, an extraordinary young figure stood proudly in the void. Chu-Hen! Everyone was shocked. You guys follow me to block the entrance. The rest of you retreat. An aura that pierced through the sky. It was as domineering as a king. Looking at the young man in the purple lightning storm, Tang Bufan and the others couldn't help but be shocked. All right, Tang Bufan immediately said, "All the sects prepare to retreat. The rest follow me." A trace of determination flashed across the eyes of Lai Xingyuan, Wei Yan, Siduhanya, Yi Zhou, and the others. Following that, many powerful figures followed Chu Hen and flew towards the expanding, huge gap in the sky. Chapter 1448. Rumble, the sky was blotted out, and the air was suffused with an evil aura. Countless ferocious devils, emitting a strong, bloodthirsty aura, rushed into the holy battle platform like a swarm of locusts, slaughtered and preyed on people from all large sects and forces. No one thought that the situation would change so violently. Not even the slightest precaution, not even the slightest sign. It could even be said that the holy war hadn't ended yet. The devil army, which came out of nowhere, invaded the chaos devil world on a large scale, like a black tide. A dark mass of devils ceaselessly surged out from the cracks in the nebulous storm. When everyone was in danger, the Great Emperor Palace, the Five Elements Clan, the Wind Frost City, the New Moon Holy Clan, and the other top-grade geniuses couldn't help but stand up. After all, the most outstanding young warriors of the Midland were gathered here. Once they were slaughtered by the devil army today, the overall power of the Midland would suffer a great loss. "Follow me!" Chu Hen's entire body sparkled with incomparably violent thunderbolts, and purple flames seemed to be dancing in his eyes. As he finished speaking, he leapt up and attacked explosively. His speed rapidly increased, and the purple lightning that gathered around his body quickly became sharp. In an instant, Chu Hen was like a lightning shadow that pierced through the chaotic world. He charged towards the demon army that covered the sky and covered the earth with the force of tearing apart the heavens. Puff! Hiss! The shadow wings were like blades cutting the sky. Any ominous demon that came into contact with Chu Hen's thunderblade was instantly split into two halves. Wherever the thunderblade went, dark green demon blood would splatter all over the sky, and broken limbs would explode everywhere. Within a blink of an eye, Chu Hen had reached the area under the crack in the tunnel where the devil army had rushed in. A large number of cruel hybrid demons charged towards Chu Hen one after another, bursting with a powerful evil aura. Ha! Greedy, cold, bloodthirsty, evil power spread out from all directions. Pairs of claws that were as sharp as a guillotine had an imposing manner as if they wanted to tear Chu Hen apart. "Go and help!" Tang Bufan, who had killed Emperor Mo, hurriedly shouted. The eyes of Liningha, Lai Xingyuan, Wei Yan, Mu Feng, Yi Zhou, and Ji Tao turned cold. They immediately followed behind Tang Bufan and flew towards the sky above Chu Hen. Clang! At this moment, a torrential purple thunderstorm erupted in the void. Purple lightning, seven-star demonic flame storm. Chu Hen's cold eyes narrowed, and an invisible spatial rhythm swept across the sky. Bang! With a violent sound that shook the heavens, a sky-burning flame that stirred the heavens swept across the ferocious demon army once again. The purple flames that burst out in an instant were like a nebula vortex that had completely exploded. What was different from before was that this time the firestorm was mixed with extremely domineering lightning pillars. It was like the fusion of thunder and fire, the nine heavens fission. Wherever the terrifying destructive storm passed, all the ferocious demons were directly smashed into pieces. Woo! Wow! A series of shrill screams that sounded like ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of ferocious hybrid demons were killed by Chu Hen in the void. F***CK. Looking at the brutal Chu Hen, even the eight-armed emperor, official Wei Yan, couldn't help but curse. That guy alone is enough. Yi Zhou chimed in. Now is not the time to joke. Tang Bufan frowned and continued. Let's attack the entrance together and not let them come out. Yes. Everyone nodded solemnly. After saying that, the few of them exploded with their most powerful and majestic aura, along with the monstrous, surging, true origin energy, Beams of brilliant light that were like divine rainbows whistled across the sky and surged towards the entrance of the nebula vortex. Heavenly flow, slash. 5 elements, palm. Shadow wings, divine blade. Emperor flow, silence, slash. Buzz. Beams of fierce attacks that crossed the sky, swept across the sky, and converged into a dazzling rainbow that illuminated the heavens. Boom. Bang. The fierce energy that gathered together directly hit the entrance of the tunnel that the group of ferocious demons came out from. In an instant, a violent destructive force that could shake the heavens immediately exploded. It was like a meteor had exploded and the sky shook. A powerful shockwave that could crush everything in all directions instantly blasted the thousands of ferocious demons near the entrance into pieces. It was like a giant sword that went straight for the throat. Blocking the tunnel, the endless stream of ferocious demons was immediately cut off. The people from the various sects and forces slightly heaved a sigh of relief. Retreat. Don't be obsessed with fighting. Let's go. The leaders of the various sects immediately took this opportunity to retreat from the chaotic high firmament sacred battle platform. Wang Li Wuyen, the 2 of you and junior sister Yi, Yao cover the others and leave first. Junior sister Xian Shuang, and I will stay and assist junior brother Chu Hen. Qiu Xingyi immediately gave instructions. Okay, you guys be careful. Boom. However, before everyone could retreat at top speed, another ear-piercing, sky-shaking explosion sounded out in the sky above the 9 heavens once again. The expressions of the people from the various sects and forces instantly changed. Their gazes swept to the sky in unison. Bang! They saw an incomparably dense, blood-colored, murderous aura explode in the vortex tunnel. What's going on? Moreover, in the blood-colored, murderous aura, a wantonly surging demonic aura attacked. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. Then he raised his eyes and shouted to Tang Bufan and the others who were not far away. Everyone dodge what? Tang Bufan, Izhou, and the others were shocked. Boom! The moment his voice fell, the terrifying airflow that pierced through the heavenly river crushed down, and a huge, blood-colored energy shockwave suddenly shot out from the nebula vortex. Buzz, the space violently twisted and shook. An unshakable and terrifying aura rapidly shrouded the sky above their heads. Dodge! Tang Bufan roared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Izhou, Mufeng, Tang Bufan, and Sitohanya scattered like meteors and flashed away like auroras. However, the 8-armed Emperor Wei Yan and Ji Tao were unable to dodge in time. Bang! Like a falling meteor, the blood-colored energy shockwave directly smashed into the 2 of them. Instantly, their bodies trembled violently, and a huge mouthful of blood spurted out. The terrifying destructive power was like the explosion of a heavenly star, and a blood-colored halo swept out in the sky. The incomparably powerful shockwave immediately traced back to Tang Bufan, Izhou, and the others. Their faces sank, and their internal organs were all shaken, apart from Chu Hen and Mufeng. The others all had faint blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. Ha! A sharp and ear-piercing demonic roar pierced everyone's eardrums. Surrounded by the surging evil, murderous aura, a pair of malevolent crocodile-like vertical pupils emitted a cold and ferocious light. Wah! Countless demonic beasts roared towards the sky, and their sharp and creepy laughter rang out. The oppressive and terrifying murderous aura filled the sky and the earth, making everyone breathless. This is... Tang Bufan, Lai Xingyuan, and the others all wore solemn expressions. What a powerful, murderous aura. Could it be the king of the hybrid demons? Whoosh! The wantonly spreading evil, murderous aura caused countless people's hearts to tremble. Then, under everyone's terrified gazes, an evil demonic creature that was more than 300 feet tall and covered in thick scales rushed out of the nebula vortex. It had a huge body and a pair of menacing and cold vertical pupils. Its body looked like an ancient giant lizard that stood upright, but there was a human head on its neck. However, this head was covered in scales, and it was unusually hideous and disgusting. Demon King Crocodile. In an instant, everyone's pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with intense fear. It was indeed the king of the demon clan. Damn it! Tang Bufan cursed in a deep voice. Meanwhile, Wei Yan and Ji Tao, who were severely injured, held their chests, and their pale faces were devoid of any color. It's over. The wind and clouds split, and the sky darkened. Hee, let's bathe the chaos demon world in blood. The Demon King Crocodile revealed a creepy smile, and its mouth was filled with saw-like sharp teeth. Then, the doomsday-like scene appeared once again. The mighty army of the demon clan, once again, surged out of the space tunnel. Black figures shrouded the sky. The wind suddenly blew, and a destructive aura crushed the entire place. Looking at the ferocious giant demon, Chu Hen's face was filled with deep solemnity. If it was only the Demon King Crocodile, he still had a fighting chance, but the endless army of ferocious demons could not stop them at all. It would not take long for the chaos demon world to turn into a hellish battlefield. Hee. The group of demons roared, setting off a monstrous, bloody aura. At this moment, countless people seemed to be on the verge of death, and a catastrophe was about to befall them. Boom! Suddenly, the dark sky that was shrouded in blood mist suddenly sprinkled a dazzling, extravagant starlight. Then, a sacred and mighty aura poured down. Star God Crack! A voice that exuded a proud aura suddenly came down from the sky. Buzz! Countless rays of dazzling starlight pierced through the sky, like peerless divine rays that broke through the heavenly river and rushed towards the group of ferocious demons. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. In an instant, the endless starlight directly pierced through the bodies of countless ferocious demons. One by one, the ferocious demons were crushed into pieces. Everyone who witnessed this scene widened their eyes. Such powerful starlight energy. Could it be? Tang Bufan clenched his fists, and his face was filled with unprecedented fear. Clang! In the sky above, the void twisted. Along with the cracked space tunnel, 7 to 8 figures with extraordinary auras quietly appeared in the sky above the sacred battle platform. Each of the figures exuded an incomparably thick and powerful aura. One of them was overflowing with gorgeous and luxurious silver starlight. His cold and domineering eyes were like the endless night sky. Humph! The hybrid demon clan. How dare you invade the land of the human race? You're simply courting death. His monstrous aura crushed the entire place. His body emitted a divine starlight. It's them. Tang Bufan's pupils constricted. Lai Xingyuan, Izhou, Sidohanya, Ji Tao, and the other geniuses on the ranking list couldn't help but squint their eyes. Chu Hen's gaze was solemn as he stared at the few people who stood proudly in the sky. The aura that these people emitted was extremely powerful. Even the many monstrous geniuses on the ranking list couldn't compare to them. Tang Bufan's throat moved slightly as he said in a deep voice, emphasizing every word. The limit of the 10 most powerful sacred physiques. Rumble. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts flashed, and the wind swept through the 9 provinces. When everyone heard the words 10 most powerful sacred physiques, they all revealed great fear and respect. At this moment, Chu Hen's eyes couldn't help but tremble. Among those few people, there was actually a familiar figure that came into view. She was tall and slender, and she had an unconcealable aura. She wore a white robe, and she had a unique elegance that was different from others. She wore a mask on her face. It was a very simple mask. She drew a few patterns casually. It was simple and elegant. The mask covered her face, but it couldn't hide her peerless elegance. It's her! Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat, and a pair of eyes that were as clear as water, and a beautiful face that could topple cities appeared in his mind. My surname is Bai. My name is Bai Chinyu. Today is the first day. Today is the first night watch. I came back too late to help my friend look after the shop. I'm so tired that I don't want to move. I'll make up for it tomorrow at the third night watch. Chapter 1449. The limit of the 10 most powerful saint physiques. Tang Bufan said each word slowly. His eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. Looking at the extraordinary figures standing proudly in the sky, Lai Xingyuan, Liningha Wei Yan, Ji Tao, and the other geniuses were all moved. Even they are here. Everyone knew that the tens of thousands of monstrous geniuses in the Midland aimed for the ranking list. Those who had the strength to make it onto the list were all talented elites. However, in this world, there was still a group of people who weren't on the list. It wasn't that they didn't have the strength to compete for the ranking list. Instead, it was because they were born with a powerful bloodline that was blessed by the heavens. These people were known as the possessors of the 10 most powerful saint physiques. The forces behind them were also known as the 10 most powerful sacred clans. Of course, this didn't mean that the ranking list wasn't valuable. On the contrary, the sects, forces, and sacred clans in the Midland were like trees in a forest. Tens of thousands of monstrous geniuses shone like stars in the sky. There were only 50 positions on the ranking list. The 50 people on it were the ones who were closest to the 10 most powerful sacred clans. This was also the reason why the people of the world were so obsessed with the competition on the Wind Cloud list. The Yimo clan wants to make a comeback in the Chaos Devil domain. What wishful thinking. In the sky, the man who was covered in dazzling starlight coldly stared at the group of ferocious Yimo that blotted out the sky. His eyes were filled with mockery. As he spoke, a storm gathered in his palm. Tens of thousands of dazzling silver starlight surged in his palm. It was as if he was in control of endless starlight. Buzz! Then he raised his hand and threw a palm. Along with a vast and majestic power that blotted out the sky, a giant palm print that was hundreds of feet in size descended from the sky and directly covered the army of ferocious Yimo. The giant palm print was crystal clear, as if it was intertwined with countless flowing stars. Boom! A series of loud explosions sounded. In an instant, over 1,000 ferocious Yimo were crushed into powder by the palm. Sacred star body! The crowd below couldn't help but exclaim. The sacred star body, one of the 10 most powerful sacred bodies, could connect to the power of the stars in the 9 heavens and even borrow the divine might of the stars. A group of mischievous brats has arrived. Kill them! The demon crocodile king grinned, revealing its serrated fangs. It waved its claws and issued a command to attack. Woo! Wow! Then, like a school of bloodthirsty sharks that had broken through the heavenly river, the vast army of ferocious devils surged towards everyone like a black tsunami. Hey, we're not ordinary brats. Demon King, the other young man in black, had a playful smile on his face. Immediately after, his body moved, and he charged towards the Yimo horde that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. While it was moving, 2 balls of blazing flames suddenly shot out of its eyes. In the next moment, a monstrous wave of heat swept through the sky. The man in black was immediately engulfed in flames, and he suddenly turned into a flame giant that was more than 500 meters tall. Apocalyptic, godly punishment flames. The flame giant that the man in black had turned into was like a god of fire. He clasped his hands together and pushed outwards. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and a terrifying fireball that was like the explosion of the sun instantly swept in all directions. The most shocking thing was that the flames that were constantly being released were constantly changing in color. It was ever-changing like a divine ray. The heat waves that scorched the earth rose to the sky. It was spectacular and shocking. Any emo that came into contact with the blazing divine ray flames were like they were being burned by the flames of hell. They screamed and turned into ashes. The eyes of the crowd below were trembling as they reflected the beautiful flames. Everyone's face was filled with awe. Apocalyptic, godly punishment flames. One of the 10 most powerful sacred bodies, burning heaven, sacred body. Your evil aura is too strong. Buzz. At the same time, a strange, dark, gray halo swept out from the sky. In an instant, with the other figure as the center, the void within a radius of several hundred kilometers was plunged into a murky yellow world. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth completely dissipated. Dust filled the sky and vitality withered. Along with the rapidly disappearing breath of life, the countless ferocious emo were also robbed of their vitality. Under everyone's shocked gazes, all the ferocious emo in the murky yellow sky started to wither like flowers and plants. In an instant, they turned into dried corpses. Such a domineering power. Is this the power of desolates? It can't be wrong. It's the sacred body of great desolation. Shock, surprise, and an unconcealable palpitation. Sacred body of stars, burning heaven, sacred body of great desolation. 3 of the 10 most powerful sacred bodies actually appeared on the same day. Even at this moment, the crowd could not calm their restless hearts. Is this the power of the sacred body of the 10 most powerful sacred bodies? It is indeed terrifyingly powerful. Tang Bufan muttered to himself. Lai Xingyuan, Wei Yan, Mu Feng, Qiu Xingyi and the rest were also moved. It was indeed an existence that was above the excellence list. This unique bloodline power was simply too terrifying. However, just as everyone was shocked by the world-shocking power in the sky, only Chu Hen's attention continued to land on a single person. My surname is Bai. My name is Bai Qinyu. So today is the first day looking at the slender and familiar figure from afar. Chu Hen felt an indescribable trance. The encounter in the immortal devil tomb. It was just a short 2 encounters, but there was an indescribable feeling. Who was she? What was her identity? Chu Hen could not help but feel a trace of doubt. Even when standing next to the experts with the sacred body of stars and burning heaven's sacred body, she was still elegant and proud. Chu Hen shook his head and came back to his senses. However, he couldn't get rid of that pair of charming and delicate peach blossom eyes from his mind. Looking at the ferocious demon army that was being massacred, the scales on the demon king crocodile's body stood up. Its vertical pupils emitted a fierce and evil aura. Buzz, its sharp claws condensed, and a surging spiral airwave converged into a ball-shaped, blood-colored energy body. You arrogant little brats, die for this demon king. Along with the trembling space, the vigorous, blood-colored energy body was like a meteorite that traversed the sky, dragging an impact that could destroy everything as it blasted towards the few people. The demon king seems to be angry. The black-clothed man with the burning heaven's sacred body, who had transformed into a flame giant, let out a frivolous laugh. He leaped up, and his huge flame body directly blocked the blood-colored energy body. Then his huge arms stretched forward, and he actually used his palms to take on the demon king crocodile's attack that was emitting violent power. Bang! The moment the two collided, the stars in the sky exploded, and surging heat waves swept across the sky. The blazing fire pillar and the tsunami-like, blood-colored light pillar soared into the sky. The 2 chaotic and violent shock waves had a terrifying power that could pierce through the void. Ferocious and intense wind continued to charge at the enormous body of the flame giant. The raging flames that covered its body also fled backwards. He blocked it. The geniuses of the various sects and forces all widened their eyes. Whoosh! At the same time, the sky was dyed with starlight. The man with the sacred star physique stood proudly at the top of the demons. He clasped his hands together, and a dazzling starlight sword extended from his palms and arms. Star Soul Slash. Buzz. The space in all directions shook uneasily. In an instant, a huge starlight sword that spanned thousands of feet slashed down with a divine might that could split the heavens. The swift and fierce killing intent pierced through the sky, and wherever the sword's giant pillar passed, all the demons in front of it were cut into pieces. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the sky-splitting starlight sword reached the back of the demon army and finally landed on the huge demon king crocodile. The latter's sharp vertical pupils reflected thick cruelty and ruthlessness. Bang! The loud sound shook the sky and the cold wind roared. Countless broken black scales, mixed with green demon blood, splattered in the sky. The demon king crocodile's bronze-like body split open, and half of its shoulder was chopped off. Wah! The demon king crocodile let out a mournful and angry roar. Then the demons of all sizes also let out shrill screams. It was as if a retreat horn had sounded. The demon king crocodile was the first to drag its green demon body back into the hole in the center of the nebula whirlpool. Ha! Woo! As soon as the demon king crocodile left, the other evil demons immediately retreated. Black shadows leaped into the void and entered the nebula whirlpool. The dark group retreated like the tide of the clouds. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the various sects and forces could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Wah! The peerless flame giant quickly gathered together and returned to its original form. Are we going to let them escape just like that? Of course not. The young man with the sacred body of stars stared at the chaotic passageway with a cautious expression. Since they can break through the entrance here, they will definitely get involved again. I'm afraid we'll have to enter the edge of the God-forbidden blood prison and seal all the passageways. The God-forbidden blood prison! It's a little dangerous. If we don't do it properly, we might all die. We have no other choice. If the demon race invades, the consequences will be unimaginable. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man with the sacred body of stars glanced at the sky-reaching platform, which was already in a terrible state. I am Meng Xiaolin of the Sacred Star Clan. You can stop here. Leave the rest to us. Everyone was shocked and could not help but understand. Since even the 10 sacred clans had appeared, there was no need for them to interfere with the rest. Yes, Tang Bufan stepped forward and agreed. Wait, is the sacred war over? At this moment, the man in black from the sky-burning clan asked curiously, why didn't I see anyone from the God of War Palace? If I remember correctly, Mang Yuantu should be ranked first on the wind cloud list, right? As the few of them spoke, they subconsciously looked at the giant stone tablet on the first sacred war platform that was already dyed red with blood. Then their gazes fell on the first name at the same time. Come, Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1450. Wait, is the sacred war over? Why don't I see anyone from God of War Palace? If I remember correctly, Mang Yuantu should be ranked first on the honor list, right? The man with the sacred body of heaven said casually, hasn't the honor list battle started yet? If that's the case, I guess you'll have to wait for the next time. As they spoke, they subconsciously turned their gazes towards the first holy battle arena, which was on the verge of collapsing. When their gazes fell on the ancient stone tablet, they were immediately stunned. This is... Mang Xiaolin from Divine Star Tribe was stunned. He exchanged glances with the people around him and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. The position on the stone tablet that originally belonged to Mang Yuantu had been replaced by 2 unfamiliar words. What's going on? This is the stone tablet that represents the honor list, right? Mang Yuantu was kicked. The few of them were even more confused. At the same time, the slender figure wearing a mask, who was not far away from Mang Xiaolin and the others, looked at the ancient stone tablet casually. Chu Hen. The 2 clear and eye-catching words were like the bright moon held up by many stars, ranked first on the honor list. Looking at the name, the pair of beautiful eyes behind the mask couldn't help but have faint wrinkles. How could it be? A soft voice came from behind the mask. Doubt, surprise, and a lot of disbelief. The curiosity of Meng Xiulin and the others was immediately aroused. He looked down at Tang Bufan, who had killed Emperor Mo, and asked, "Are you from Emperor Grandeur Palace?" "Yes," Tang Bufan replied respectfully. "Is the honor list battle over?" Tang Bufan hesitated for a while and then nodded. "It's almost over. We just need to rearrange the rankings on the list." "What about the people from God of War Palace?" "This." Tang Bufan didn't know how to answer. Then he turned to look at the stone pillar that had the picture of a giant dragon carved on it. At the same time, everyone in the room also looked in that direction at the same time. At the top of the stone pillar, a black blade that emitted a gloomy aura pinned a battered figure there. The other party was covered in blood, and there was no sign of life at all. However, it was unknown when all of its vitality had disappeared in the world's forgetfulness. "Don't tell me this person is Mang Yuantu?" The black-robed man from the sky-burning clan smiled indifferently. However, the entire place was silent. Everyone's expression was indescribably complicated. The smile on the black-clothed man's face immediately turned cold. On the other hand, Meng Xiulin from Star Clan and the few experts from Great Wilderness Clan were dumbfounded. Without a doubt, this person was the ruler of the Wind Cloud list, Yuantu. He died just like that. Hiss! In an instant, Meng Xiulin and the others could not help but narrow their eyes. Glancing back at the battered and exhausted sacred battle platform that was dyed red with blood, Qin Wentian couldn't help but sigh. Corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like a river. If it was just the invasion of the ferocious demon army, it would be impossible to cause such a tragic massacre in such a short period of time. Then there was only one possibility. Before they arrived, the Palace of Gods of War had already been completely annihilated. Even the 5 gods of war, who dominated the Wind Cloud list, had all died in the sacred war. This can't be real, right? The black-clothed man from Sky Burning Clan laughed awkwardly. The entire Palace of Gods of War had been massacred? Was this a joke? Their gazes gathered on Mang Yuantu again. After confirming that he had died, they were extremely surprised. Even though they were from the 10 sacred clans, they could not hide their astonishment. Before this, Mang Yuantu was once thought of as a super genius who was closest to becoming one of the 10 strongest sacred races. From a certain perspective, his barbarian sacred body was infinitely close to the limits of the 10 sacred bodies. Such an influential figure, who is known as the undefeatable legend of the Midland, had died in such a miserable way at this moment, without even the slightest bit of dignity. Unbelievable. I even heard that he had already been selected to enter that place. If that's the case, the bunch of old fellows from the Palace of Gods of War will definitely be furious. How ironic. While feeling extremely unbelievable, the few of them could not help but be curious about the name that had replaced Mang Yuantu. Did this person do it? 2 completely unfamiliar words. Meng Xiulin and the others subconsciously looked at the crowd below, searching for the owner of that name. At this moment, a pair of eyes that came from behind the mask quietly fixed on a young figure in the crowd. It really is him. Bai Qianyu's heartstrings trembled faintly. Some of the memories that had been buried deep in her back were slowly dissolving. At the same time, Chu Hen also noticed the other party's gaze. The moment their gazes met, an invisible rhythm was embedded in their hearts. However, Bai Qianyu quickly retracted her gaze. She said to Meng Xiulin and the others in a deep voice, "We still have to chase after the Demon King Crocodile. Don't waste time here." Only then did the few of them realize that there was something more important to do. They raised their heads to look at the nebula vortex that had opened up in the void. The demon army had already completely retreated, and the planar passage within the storm was rapidly shrinking. Meng Xiulin immediately raised his hand and shouted loudly, since the Holy War's enlistment has ended, all of you should prepare to return. Let's go." After saying that, the few of them emitted a peerless aura. One by one, they turned into aurora-like afterimages and flew towards the chaotic, nebulous storm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Without any hesitation, they directly followed the demon army and rushed into the dark, abyss-like, planar passage. At the same time, the people from the major sects and forces all let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. Everything that had happened today was so unreal that it felt surreal. Looking at the inside and outside of the Holy War stage, which had been dyed red by blood, everyone found it hard to calm down. The Holy War's enlistment has finally ended. Tang Bufan, Wei Yan, Lai Xingyuan, Liningha, Yi Zhou, Ji Tao, and many other geniuses on the list glanced at each other. Who would have thought that this time's Holy War's enlistment would set off such a terrifying wave? After today, the Midland would definitely erupt into an unprecedented uproar. This would definitely be the most tragic Holy War's enlistment in history. Whoosh! Suddenly, just as the gate opened by the demon army was closed to a gap of less than half a meter, a slight, sword cry was heard. The formless emperor blade, which had penetrated Mang Yuentu's chest, suddenly turned into an aurora and flew into the sky. Everyone present was startled. Mang Yuentu, who had lost his support, fell from the sky and landed powerlessly on the ground. In the next second, when everyone looked for the black divine's sword again, they found that the formless emperor blade had disappeared along with Chu Hen. Where's junior brother Chu Hen? Wang Li, Qiu Xingyi, and the others looked puzzled. Meanwhile, Long Xuanchuang, Huang Fuqing, Mu Feng, and the others looked puzzled as they stared at the rapidly closing space passage. Buzz! A shadow flashed into the passageway just before it closed. Then, the demon army's invasion gate was completely closed, and the nebulous storm that had gathered in the sky gradually calmed down. "Where did he go?" Mu Feng asked in confusion. "Is there someone he knows in there?" Long Xuanchuang and Yi Yao shook their heads. "I don't know either." Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1451. Woo. Hee hee. The chilly wind roared and the wind raged. The dark sky seemed to be in a gloomy world where the sun could never be seen. A crimson crescent moon was faintly discernible in the clouds. Between the withered trees, a crow was perched, letting out a creepy caw. In the distance, there was a dark mountain range that extended to an unknown place. The withered old trees didn't have the slightest hint of green. At every other corner, there were all kinds of bones piled up on the ground. There were bones of humans, demon beasts, and there were also bones of unknown monsters. Some poisonous snakes and lizards that lived in the dark curled up among the bones. They would occasionally crawl out of their empty eye sockets, flicking their tongues and wagging their tails. It was a dark world that was like an abyss. It was as though one could walk into the endless hell through this world. Woo! The creepy screams of the hybrid demons could be heard from afar. Along the way, there were countless corpses and broken limbs of the ferocious demons. The experts from the 10 strongest sacred clans passed through the chaos demon world and chased after the hybrid demon army. Star God crack, boom, woo. Countless dazzling starlight, holy light, crushed a series of ferocious demons into pieces. The raging flames burned like the flames of hell that burned evil spirits. Many evil spirits that were engulfed by the flames fled in all directions, screaming miserably as they fled in all directions. Brother Di Qiong, have you found the location of the Demon King Crocodile? Mang Xiaolin from the Star Clan asked the man in black from the Sky Burning Clan. The man who was called Di Qiong frowned slightly. His eyes were burning with crimson flames. No, I wonder where that bastard is hiding. Then he turned to look at the young figure who possessed the bloodline limit of the sacred body of great desolation. Brother Lu Mian used the power of desolation earlier. You should be able to sense the desolate origin aura on the Demon King Crocodile, right? However, Lumion shook his head. I could sense the desolate origin aura on the demon king, Crocodile. But just now, the desolate origin aura disappeared. Disappeared? That bastard wouldn't have fled back to the God-forbidden blood prison, right? It shouldn't be that fast, right? This intersection road is about a few thousand kilometers long, not to mention that it was injured by Brother Meng's star Soul Slash, so it should be hiding somewhere. Lu Mian turned around and said, But we don't have much time left. We still have to repair the spatial rift that connects to the Chaos Devil domain. I'm afraid we can only let these dogs go. These bastards dared to invade the human territory while we were unprepared. If we don't teach them a lesson, we won't be able to take it lying down. Di Qiong clenched his fist and said irritably. Meng Shulin hesitated for a moment, then said, How about this? Miss Bai and I will go and fix the space crack. Brother Di Qiong and Brother Lu Mian will continue to chase after the demon king crocodile. Sure. Di Qiong agreed immediately. Lu Mian also nodded. What do you think, Miss Bai? Seeing that the masked tall figure didn't answer, Meng Shulin asked again. Oh, Bai Qinyu responded. All right, Miss Bai and I are enough to repair the spatial rift. Don't go too far in case there are reinforcements from the devil army at the God-forbidden blood prison. We know what we're doing. All right. After that, everyone immediately split up. Lu Mian from the Great Desolation clan, Di Qiong from the Sky-Burning clan, and a few others formed a small team and continued to chase after the retreating hybrid demons. The feud between humans and the Devil clan had never stopped. The hatred that humans had for the hybrid demons was growing day by day. The Demon King Crocodile was a king of the Devil clan. Now that it was injured, it was definitely a good opportunity to kill it. Otherwise, it would be a huge trouble in the future if they let it go. Let's hurry and find the passageway, Meng Shulin said. Bai Qinyu nodded. All right. What's wrong? It seems like you've been a little absent-minded since the beginning. What happened? Meng Shulin asked curiously. Nothing. Bai Qinyu replied indifferently and did not say anything else. Like a nimble goose, he flew off in another direction. Meng Shulin shrugged. Without asking any further, he also flew away. At this moment, Chu Hen had also entered the intersection of the chaotic devil domain and the God-forbidden blood prison at an inopportune time. Regardless of the situation, it was not very rational for Chu Hen to barge into this place alone. However, Chu Hen still came in the end. In fact, even Chu Hen could not find a clear reason. He did not even know what this place represented. He was just a little worried, especially when he heard Meng Shulin and the rest mention the words God-forbidden blood prison. Chu Hen could not help but come to this place at the last moment before the passageway outside was closed. However, once he entered, Chu Hen was a little surprised when he saw the dark world that seemed to be without daylight. He had never seen a place with such dense yin qi. Everywhere was filled with gloom and death. Even this silent ridge, where corpses gathered, was far less dense than the yin qi here. The feeling this place gave people was like the only way to hell. Where are they? Chu Hen looked around, but he did not know which direction to go. Under the dense evil yin qi, it was even difficult to extend his perception. He was a little impulsive. Chu Hen shook his head slightly, then followed his feeling and randomly chose a direction to go. The dark, withered trees were like the claws of a malicious spirit, and the skinny and strange crows perched on the treetops and let out hair-raising cries. Chu Hen wandered aimlessly in this dark and gloomy world, and he soon began to lose his bearings. Obviously, he was not going in the same direction as Bai Qinyu and the rest. Woo! Suddenly, just as Chu Hen was about to turn around and return, a low and strange howl suddenly came faintly from the dark mountain stream. Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat. Then, he climbed to the top of the mountain stream. Two spectacular mountain peaks crossed each other, which was strange and peculiar. and, looking closely, there was a huge cave entrance in the middle of the mountain peaks. The cave extended all the way to the depths, and he could not see the bottom, but he could faintly see a faint blood mist rising. Looking at the blood mist floating faintly inside the cave, Chu Hen's eyes revealed some caution. "What is this place?" After a short hesitation, Chu Hen's eyes flashed with determination. Then his figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light, directly entering the cave between the mountain peaks. Caw, caw! The crows perched on the withered treetops cawed even more agitatedly. The blood-colored crescent moon behind the dark clouds gradually revealed a section of its tail. Under the shroud of the dim light, looking from afar, the two diverging mountain peaks looked just like the bloody mouth of a prehistoric giant beast. Come, wonderfulbookhouse.com.